Currently, it could be said that every single powerhouse knew the name Long Fei. More and more rumors were related to Long Fei. Currently, it could be said that every single powerhouse knew the name Long Fei. More and more rumors were related to Long Fei, Long Baishan's successor. Long Batian placed all his power on Long Fei's body. The biggest treasure of the ancient world. Obtain the power of Long Fei's body, and you will have everything. Will become the second primordial first powerhouse. And so on and so forth, just like in the legend. Even a 3-year-old can sing. How much influence did he have? It was hard to imagine. More importantly, many people believed it. As the Emperor Xian entered the ancient Ashura abyss to search for Long Baishan's flesh that had fallen, even more people believed that Long Fei possessed Long Baishan's strength and that even the Emperor Xian was wary of him. If he could get Long Fei, he could then get the entire ancient world. There were even more rumors saying that Long Baishan's fall was a huge conspiracy, that Long Batian did not die at all, and that all of this was entirely his doing. Under all sorts of rumors, many people went into the lower realms to look for Long Fei. Long Fei himself did not know that his friends and brothers from the lower realms, as well as all the other people related to him, had all been suppressed by a strong force and many of them had died. At present, no one knew that Long Fei had entered the divine space, which was only the undead lord and Mu Tianhe. Now that the undead lord had revealed himself, Mu Tianhe could not hide it anymore and could only admit it. This matter had a huge impact, because the moment Long Fei's identity was exposed, he would never have a peaceful day. And the reason why the undead lord said that in front of so many people was because he had nothing to be afraid of. Seeing Mu Tianhe admitting it, the undead lord smiled slightly and said, "Did you see that? Your old patriarch wants to take all the power from Long Fei's body. Last time, he was injured by me and the 3 gods were severely injured. But now? In just a short 1 month, he actually managed to break through. The only explanation is that Long Fei used his power. And each and every one of you is like a fool, yet you are still helping him open Turtle Mountain. How foolish are you all!" Ha ha ha! Undead Lord laughed out loud. All of the ancient elders' minds were in a mess as greed filled their hearts. The turtle tomb became extremely unstable. The entire northern region was in an even greater turmoil. Many disciples of the eastern region were directly knocked unconscious by the commotion. The entire northern region of Mu clan was in chaos. Mu Hutai said, "Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Long Fei is Mu Wanner's son. He is a member of our Mu clan. We are also responsible for protecting every single one of them." No matter how much Mu Hutai tried to defend himself, not many elders heard him. Long Fei is really in Mu clan? Where is he? Call him out? Is Long Baishan's power truly in his body? If we can split our power with the old chief, then we can have it as well. Long Fei's temptation was too great. In their eyes, Long Fei was just like a super boss. Whoever killed him would be able to unleash the strongest power in history. Furthermore, in their hearts, Long Fei and Mu clan weren't really related to each other. Other than Mu Tianhe and Mu Hutai taking Long Fei as their nephew, no one took Long Fei as their nephew. All of you, quiet down. With a heavy sound, Mu Tianhe crushed all their voices and said, "He's strong. And he's quite powerful." Mu Hutai's brows tightened and said, "Big brother." Mu Tianhe's temper was a little irritable. She wanted him to not expose Long Fei. However, Mu Tianhe did not care. He could not stand seeing his people not united, and said, "Since you have already said so, then just say it all out. Undead Lord, didn't you want to know the whereabouts of my nephew? He's in Mu clan. Moreover, you better leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, your life will be lost here. Do you want to know how I broke through? It was my nephew who entered the special space inside the floating stone and helped me kill a outer space powerhouse. He stole the three gods from the outer space powerhouse's body, and I was able to break through because of the outer space powerhouse's three gods' powers. Even the outer space powerhouse is no match for my nephew. With just you, a undead lord, you are nothing. Mu Tianhe said fiercely. Undead Lord laughed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Even if that brat possessed Long Baishan's strength, what realm would his cultivation reach in this 1 month? He was at the Divine Moon Realm, yet he could kill Outer Space Powerhouse at this level? Mu Tianhe, am I that easy to deceive? Mu Tianhe also laughed. You old fogey, with that little brain of yours, why would I lie to you? He is Long Baishan's successor. His cultivation speed is not something you can imagine. His current cultivation is already at the peak of the 9th level of the righteous noble realm, perhaps already at the realm of the Almighty in the primordial era. Undead Lord was aghast and said, Impossible. Many of the elders were also shocked. Howren 9th pin? Could it be? Is it that brat? Mu Hutai also followed. You guys guessed right, it's that person who instantly killed Mu Yuding. He is Long Fei. Undead Lord, you don't believe me, right? That day your idea was still with Mu Changsheng. Then you should know that 2 elders of the ancient realm in Mu clan were killed instantly by the young disciples of the eastern region, right? That young disciple is Long Fei. Undead Lord's pupils constricted as he clenched his fists tightly. His idea had taken over Mu Changsheng's body, and he knew what had happened to Mu Changsheng in the forest. It was just that he had forgotten about it at that time. Now that he thought about it, Undead Lord was furious, damn it. However, on the other hand, his heart was burning with excitement as if it were on fire. Because Long Fei was even stronger than he imagined. Ha ha ha! Undead Lord laughed wildly and said, I didn't guess wrong, it really is so. That brat definitely has Long Baishan's power in his body. Ha ha ha! While they were talking, a thick layer of shadow suddenly burst out from Undead Lord's body. A black shadow covered the sky. Mu Tianhe's eyes tightened and immediately said, Everyone be careful. Undead Lord laughed. Since he is so strong, then I don't have to worry about anything else now, ha ha. The heavenly flame blood crow. Come out. One after another blood-red crows flew out from the enormous black figure. The heavenly blood crow's lethality was extremely strong, even ancient strong would not necessarily be able to defend against it. Mu Tianhe also erupted with an unprecedented amount of spatial energy. 10th heaven. The power of space continued to condense, forming layers upon layers of sky as it surrounded the heavenly flame crows. However, in terms of cultivation, there was still a huge gap between Mu Tianhe and Undead Lord. His spatial force was able to fend off quite a few of the heavenly flame crows, but most of them still managed to escape. All of a sudden, the sky above the northern region of Mu clan was filled with blood-red ravens. Long Fei, get the hell out of here, or else I want everyone in Mu clan to die. At this moment, on a nearby mountain peak, the old man frowned, his eyes lit up. Big brother, it is indeed Long Fei. Big brother, it's indeed Long Fei. Big brother, it's indeed Long Fei. The excitement in his words. The 2 words Long Fei were like chicken blood injected into his body, causing him to instantly become incomparably excited. In the ancient world, Long Fei was an incomparably large treasure trove. The winner would be able to control the ancient world. How could he not be excited? I never thought that he would really enter the divine space. Who is extradition person? Why didn't they report it to the Xians? The old man was extremely excited, his eyes flashing with light. Looking to his left, he asked, Big brother, should we inform Emperor Xian? This was the key. Should I tell Emperor Xian? If they told the Emperor Xian, what would they get? The Emperor Xian's rewards were completely useless to people at their level. If they did not tell the Emperor Xian that they could control Long Fei and obtain Long Baishan's inheritance, their cultivation would experience an earth-shaking change. One thought of heaven, one thought of hell. How should I choose? The voice in the air also seemed to fall into silence, remaining silent for a long time. Their cultivation had already stopped at this realm for many years. As for how many years, even they themselves did not know. Then again, their lifespans were not limitless in ancient world, and each time they had to reincarnate and rebuild their flesh. For a peak powerhouse, this was something that was extremely annoying. They also wanted to be like the Emperor Xian, with an unlimited lifespan. Save yourself the trouble of reincarnation. They wanted to be like the Emperor Xian, gain the appreciation of the outer space powerhouse, and gain the chance to step into the foreign world. They knew that the myriad worlds of ancient times was only considered a low and medium plane in the entire universe. The real world of Powerhouse was a world of cultivators in a higher plane, a supreme plane. As martial practitioners, they yearned for more power. However, with their current cultivations, let alone their power, they couldn't even walk out of the ancient world. Now, the opportunity was right in front of them. If they took Long Fei down and obtained Long Baishan's inheritance, they would become the rulers of the ancient world, and would replace the Emperor Xian. Temptation, incomparable temptation. After a long time, a calm voice came out of thin air. There's no need to report for now. Wait until Long Fei comes out, and then we'll see what OL3 has discovered. Right now, no one could be sure if Long Fei had inherited Long Baishan's power. After all, none of the rumors had been confirmed. He could use the Undead Lord to confirm this point. The elder nodded his head. That is true, since third brother wants it so badly, let's see what he knows. Third bro, don't let us down. A voice came from the sky. That won't happen, even if Mu Tianhe stepped into the Dao realm. He still wouldn't be third brother's match. Even all the powerhouse in the Mu clan combined together wouldn't be his match, so third brother does have some strength. Indeed. What kind of person was the Undead Lord? He was one of the powerhouse's people during the war between the Xian nationality and the Ming clan. How many years had it been since he was able to live in this world? This clearly showed how powerful he was. He was also beside Emperor Xian, so no matter what, he was in existence at the peak of powerhouse. Mu Tianhe cultivated in spatial techniques. This power could be used to trap people or to escape, but the attack power was not too strong. After the Undead Lord's Sky Fire Crow broke through Mu Tianhe's 10th heaven, it spread across the sky of the northern region of the Mu clan. Mu Tianhe also frowned. Crap. Big brother, what do we do now? Old Patriarch, that is. The Heavenly Flame Blood Crow? This. The ancient elders began to panic. They had never seen a Heavenly Fire Crow before, but they knew how powerful this move was. 10 Heavenly Fire Crows were enough to wipe out an entire family. Now, there were tens of thousands of them. If all of them exploded, the northern region of Mu clan would instantly be razed to the ground. Mu Tianhe never thought that in just a short span of 1 month, the Undead Lord would become even stronger. Immediately, Mu Tianhe formed a seal with his hands and said with a heavy voice, Holy Source Space, open. Buzz! A ray of light came falling down, enveloping the entire turtle tomb, and also all of the dozen of them. At this moment, Mu Hatai and the other elders felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze, their bodies quickly recovering as the holy source also rapidly recovered. Mu Tianhe said, My fellow brothers, I know what you are worried about in your hearts, but now it is all about the life and death of the Mu clan. Whether or not we can still survive today will all depend on you. Mu Hatai's gaze tightened as he said, Big brother. Old Patriarch, don't worry. Today, I will risk my life to open up this turtle mountain. Me too. Let's go all out. If my family is all dead, then what's the point of me living alone in this world? Everyone, take out your 100,000 points of power and activate this turtle mountain in one go. Now they had no choice. Their families were all in the northern region, and the sky was filled with heavenly flame blood crows. If they did not open Turtle Mountain and let their families in, all of them would die. Old Patriarch, even if we can open Turtle Mountain, who can say whether or not they'll take care of the heavenly flame blood crow? Yeah. Who can resist it? That's the heavenly flame blood crow. That destructive power is simply too great. This was also what they were worried about. Mu Tianhe said, "Open Turtle Mountain for you, I will use my life to withstand it until every clan member enters the Turtle Mountain." He was resolute and decisive. Mu Tianhe's eyes were incomparably firm. "There's not much time left, everyone, please begin." While they were talking, over 10 elders began to use their lifespan as the price, instantly increasing their strength to several times that of before, stabilizing the turtle grave and starting to shine with the light of space. Ah ha ha! It's useless. So what if you can open Turtle Mountain? Do you want to let the dead in? Ha ha! Mu Tianhe obediently hand Long Fei over. "Hello, and I'll also take care of this matter. Your Mu clan will be safe and sound as well." Undead Lord's voice sounded in the sky above the northern region. Right now, the entire northern region was under the Undead Lord's surveillance. He still did not sense Long Fei's aura. He was very anxious. Seeing that Tomb of the Turtle had stabilized, the power around it became even stronger. Undead Lord knew that Mu Tianhe and the others had sped up the opening of the Turtle Mountain. He would definitely not allow the people of the Mu clan to enter the Turtle Mountain. Immediately, the Undead Lord said in a sinister voice, "Sky Fire Blood Crow, let the blood flow in rivers here, ha ha. Shwa shwa! Whoosh whoosh whoosh!" The blood-red sky suddenly pressed down, and giant blood crows began to fall like bombs from the sky. Everyone looked up. There was nothing they could do. Not even the ancient strong could stop the heavenly flame blood crow. As long as the heavenly flame blood crow descends, the Mu clan will surely be a river of blood. Stop being so arrogant. Mu Tianhe let out a heavy sound, and at the center of his brows the 3 spirits moved. Mu Tianhe was ready to throw caution to the wind. Mu Tianhe was ready to throw caution to the wind. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from the spot. However, his figure did not appear anywhere. Instead, it directly incarnated itself into countless spaces. The most powerful secret of the greater space technique. Every single one of them was instantly enveloped by the space, and then suddenly disappeared. Tens of thousands of them fell from the sky, and thousands of them appeared in the air. All of a sudden, the blood-red sky slowly split apart. Undead Lord's face sank. "Mu Tianhe, you're really not afraid of death, right? You think you can stop me like this? I want to see what boundary your great space technique has reached. I want to see how much more space you can materialize." The shadow on Undead Lord's body suddenly climbed higher, turning into a black giant. From the shadow of the giant, one after another blood crows flew out. Wah wah. 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 Wah wah. All sorts of ghostly sounds rang out. All of a sudden, the sky was obscured and the sky was obscured. The northern region of Mu clan was shrouded in darkness, as if it was night. Everyone in the Mu clan was scared silly. When had he ever seen such power? At this moment, in their hearts, he was like an incomparably weak ant. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Everyone, hurry over to the plaza. Faster! Hurry up!" The blood crows covered the sky. This time, the number of blood crows was more than 10 times as large as before. Undead Lord laughed. "Who can stop me? All of you must die." Rumble. The sky darkened and the blood crows instantly pressed down. The same as the previous one was now pressing down on them one by one. "Mu Tianhe, who do you think you are? Fight with me. You are still far from it." Undead Lord was extremely disdainful. He was one of the 3 great Empyreans of Xians, a peak powerhouse of the divine space. Who could stop him? It seems like Third Eldest is going all out, even releasing the ultimate power of the heavenly flame crows. He's determined to win against Long Fei. The corners of the old man's mouth curled up as he laughed softly. He felt that the undead lord was helping them get married. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole. He's a yellow sparrow. Brother, can Mu Tianhe still take it? The old man looked at the sky above the northern region. It seemed as if the tens of thousands of sky fire crows had been moved to other locations. This was not the case. Mu Tianhe alone was the one who withstood all of the attacks. Although Mu Tianhe did not appear, he was definitely injured. To be able to endure so much power from the blood crow, even if he had Kong Kim's undefeatable physical body, he would still not be able to withstand it. Mu Tianhe is using his own life to carry it. How long he can hold it up will depend on how strong his willpower is. The old man said, but Long Fei did not appear. The fact that OL-3 used such a powerful move is enough to prove that he did not sense Long Fei's aura in the northern region. Then where is he? The voice in the air did not sound again. Because they didn't know either. Even if Long Fei was standing in front of them, they did not know. They had never seen Long Fei before. Goldfur, hurry up! Hurry up! Long Fei was very anxious. Grandfather, you must be careful, you must survive, you must. Flower Fairy kept reporting to him about the situation in the northern region. The northern region of Mu Clan was already within her perception. She was able to establish a connection with the flowers, plants and trees in the northern region of Mu Clan, so she knew everything that was happening in the northern region. She also reported to Long Fei live. The giant golden ape was also desperately running away. It could be said that it was exerting all of its strength just to use up all of its strength. But the distance was too far. Even if he was a top-grade fairy beast, even if his speed was incomparably fast, he still could not instantly reach the northern region. Long Guangdao, I won't be in a hurry. Master, according to Flower Fairy's description, this undead lord should be at the peak of the martial way. In the entire divine space, those who have reached this realm are almost invincible. You can't kill him with your current cultivation. Peak of martial arts. It was also known as the Super Great Complete Realm. This realm was invincible within the divine space. To kill a perfect powerhouse like this was simply too difficult. Moreover, what was the level of a super perfection? Long Fei's heavenly god madman's strongest limit was also inscale within the realm of level 13, but what was the level of the undead lord? I don't know. An Empyrean god madman definitely wouldn't be able to instantly kill him. The heavenly god Kuang was Long Fei's strongest technique. If it was not killed, how could Long Fei still have the power to kill it? The power of the pubes? Long Fei said. I know what you want to say, but with my current state of mind, what if I were to cultivate the power of the alchemy field? Long Fei knew very well what Long Kuang wanted him to do. In his heart, he was extremely anxious. Worried, how could he train under such circumstances? Long Guangdao, Master, after your idea enters the pubes and search for the plane strength that is compatible with your Howren realm, you have to know these things first. Long Fei frowned. That's right, I broke through into the Howren realm before I entered the pubes. I still don't know what kind of plane of power is matching with the Howren realm. Just like what Long Kuang said. Even if he was still unable to grasp the power of the pubes, but he had to at least know the power of the plane that was compatible with the Howren realm. His pubes was like a huge galaxy. Starting from the divine moon realm, every single great realm would be able to activate the energy within the pubes. This power was actually the power of a plane. It was powerful because it released the power of the entire plane. Actually, the power that Long Fei cultivated in and the plane of power he was equipped with were of the same sect. It was the same power. Whether it was the divine moon realm's immense radiance or the everlasting realm's primal chaos diagram, the reason why their powers could collide and fuse was because they were of the same type. Huff! Long Fei sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to calm himself down. When the idea entered the pubes S, it moved and released the power of the Howran realm. In the north region of Mu Clan. Rumble! Rumble! The black horde of blood crows continued to descend one by one, and as they did, they disappeared one by one, causing violent explosions in the distant sky. This was the sound of the blood crows exploding. It was as if the sky was splitting apart. The various powerhouse of the divine space raised their eyebrows. The blood crows left the ground lower and lower, and their disappearance became slower and slower. It could be seen that Mu Tianhe was almost unable to hold on any longer. Undead Lord laughed coldly and said, "Mu Tianhe, you still have a choice. Undying Ghost, just come at me as much as you want." The sound was just like the sound of something falling from the sky. At this moment, the corners of Undead Lord's mouth curled up as he revealed a slight smile and said, "The location should have been found by me. Let me see what tricks you can still play." Blood Crow's heavenly eye. "Mu Tianhe, get out here." Boom! Countless blood crows suddenly glared at him. A powerful force was channeled into the air. A loud sound echoed out. Bam! Mu Tianhe fell from the sky. It was also at this moment. A huge space door appeared in the plaza. Turtle Mountain had been opened. The Turtle Mountain had been opened. The Turtle Mountain had been opened. A downward spatial gate appeared in the middle of the plaza. It was 20 square meters in size, and the spatial whirlpool was constantly rotating, just like a huge mouth that was about to swallow everything. Now all he had to do was jump in and he could enter the Turtle Mountain. This special space was taken out from a floating rock, and it took the blood and sweat of a generation of Mu Clan S just to protect the Mu Clan. It's open. The Turtle Mountain has opened. The main gate of the Turtle Mountain has opened. At this moment, everyone was excited. Everyone, listen to me. Jump in. As long as you jump in, you will enter the space of Turtle Mountain. As long as we enter Turtle Mountain, we will be safe. No matter how powerful the Undead Lord's heavenly flame blood crow is, it won't be able to destroy the space of the Turtle Mountain. Hurry, 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 forget to jump in, the elder said loudly. Everyone looked at each other, paused for a few seconds and then looked at the sky. They swarmed forward. It was like a tide of people. At this time, everyone wanted to quickly enter Turtle Mountain and be safe. If they stayed up there, they might die. Ha ha ha! In the air, Mu Tianhe laughed out wildly. Undead Lord, you've lost. The main gate of the Turtle Mountain has been opened. As long as you enter the Turtle Mountain, there will be nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha! Mu Tianhe laughed wildly. The Undead Lord frowned. He had originally already locked onto Mu Tianhe's position, but if they attacked Mu Tianhe at this time, they wouldn't be able to attack the main gate of the Turtle Mountain. Once someone entered the Turtle Mountain, it would truly be as Mu Tianhe had said. He had no way of dealing with the people inside the Turtle Mountain. The Turtle Mountain space was completely different from the other spaces. Let alone the Undead Lord, even if the Emperor Xian himself came, it might not be useful. Thus, Undead Lord was incomparably anxious. He was extremely worried. What if Long Fei entered the Turtle Mountain? Then everything he had done would have been in vain. Moreover, the entire divine space will know what happened in Mu Clan today, the elders of the Xians will know, and the other two sky sovereigns will know. Even the Emperor Xian would know about it. He might not even be able to return to Xian's. He had to obtain Long Fei today. He had to obtain the power inside Long Fei's body, or else he would be severely punished by the Emperor Xian. It was hard to imagine. And then, Undead Lord gave up attacking Mu Tianhe. Clenching both of his fists, the veins on his forehead popped out, and the qi on his body shot out like a gale. Ha ha ha! Undead Lord is useless. No matter how strong you are, I can still use my spatial force to block it. You can't. Mu Tianhe laughed excitedly and said loudly, "All of you, enter Turtle Mountain for me." He was worried too. He didn't know if Long Fei was in the crowd or not. He did not know where Long Fei was. But now, he could only save one Mu clan disciple. He was almost unable to endure it any longer. Hearing Mu Tianhe's order, all the elders started to urge him even more. Faster! All of you, hurry up! All of you, charge in! To tens of thousands of people, the 20 square feet entrance was simply too small. Wanting to pass through it in such a short period of time was simply impossible. Moreover, if one was too fast, it would cause a trampling phenomenon. Moreover, the energy released by the Undead Lord was like a gale, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Mu Tianhe was startled. What move? Disappeared all of a sudden? It's not the heavenly flame blood crow? Suddenly. Buzz! An extremely intense bell chime suddenly exploded, and the bodies of all the disciples and elders of the northern region of Mu clan sank all of a sudden. Bam! Bang bang bang! Large numbers of people kneeled on the ground. Their faces turned pale. Many disciples even started bleeding from their noses. Not to mention standing up, right now, he couldn't even move, he couldn't even crawl. Pressure. The peak of martial arts, the pressure of the super great complete realm. If not for Undead Lord controlling him, would probably be in the middle of the crowd and would be crushed to death by him. His pressure could even crush the entire northern region of Mu clan. They were just afraid that Long Fei would die. He had never dared to use such a powerful killing move. Right now, in the entire Mu clan, over 10,000 of them could not move at all and were kneeling on the ground, struggling with all their might. Moreover, the Undead Lord cultivates in the ghost force, and his pressure was different from that of ordinary warriors. His pressure emitted out and directly took root in everyone's sea of consciousness, as if they were living in it, and could not be driven out. He was able to crush 10,000 people in an instant. Not a single disciple had entered Turtle Mountain yet. Undead Lord laughed sinisterly and said, "I lost? Ha ha! Mu Tianhe, you don't even know how strong I am. With just you, Mu clan? Not enough," the Undead Lord said coldly. While he was speaking, his gaze tightened and his eyes turned sinister. Shwa! Like a movie, he stepped into the void. Walala! Lightning wreaked havoc in the void as cracks continued to erupt in the space. It was as if a demon was rushing out from another time and space. This period of time continued for a few seconds. Bam! There was an explosion. Space split apart. Mu Tianhe's body fell down from the crack in space, and Undead Lord stepped on Mu Tianhe's chest. Space layer by layer exploded. Blood hung from the corner of Mu Tianhe's mouth. His face was pale white, and a bloody hole had even appeared on his chest. It could no longer keep up with the Undead Lord's speed. Even if he wanted to hide in space, he couldn't. Rumble! Mu Tianhe landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack and reveal a 10-meter deep pit. Mu Tianhe fell into the deep pit, his entire body covered in blood. The entire northern region began to shake violently. Not waiting for him to get up, Undead Lord's voice seemed to flash continuously as he stepped on Mu Tianhe's chest. Bam! Mu Tianhe's body caved in as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Pooh! The Undead Lord looked down from above and laughed coldly. Who lost? Do you think you can go inside just because your turtle shell is open? Mu Tianhe, you're too weak. Understood. Undead Lord laughed complacently. He glanced at the disciples kneeling on the ground, then stared at Mu Tianhe and said, "Can you tell me where Long Fei is now? I only want him. I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. When the time comes, if you don't speak soon, everyone here will die." Then, with a light wave of his finger, the pressure ghost force that he released had already raised all of the northern region's disciples into the air. He couldn't move. All of them were like hanged ghosts. Mu Clan. 10,000 people. His life was completely in the hands of the undead lord. Mu Clan. 10,000 people. His life was completely in the hands of the undead lord. At this moment, the entire Mu Clan was silent. None of them could make a sound, and all of their faces were ashen, as though they were being held by the neck in midair. Under the control of the undead lord, their gazes were all looking towards Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe's pressure. Never so big. The whole clan's life was in his thoughts. Undead lord laughed. Mu Tianhe, did you see your clansmen? As long as you tell me where Long Fei is, I will immediately release them. 3 seconds to consider. Now. 1. How to make a choice in 3 seconds. Mu Tianhe's heart was struggling as he did not know how to choose. Long Fei was his nephew, his daughter's only child. He could not hand Long Fei over. On the other side were all the clansmen. Mu Clan would very likely be exterminated just like that. Mu Tianhe's pressure was like a heavy mountain crushing down on his mind. 2. Mu Tianhe, look at them all. It's such a pity that they died. If not for the fact that he wanted Mu Tianhe to tell him the location of Long Fei, he would have long ago become a river of blood in the Mu Clan. 3 seconds of patience? Non-existent. At this moment. Right now, he was even more worried about one thing. Long Fei had long ago been sent away by Mu Tianhe, and the only thing Mu Tianhe wanted to do was to delay time for Long Fei. If Long Fei really isn't in Mu Clan, then... Thinking of this, the undead lord's gaze tensed up. 3 seconds are up. Mu Tianhe, do you want to hand Long Fei over, or do you want them to die? Undead lord stared at Mu Tianhe. Mu Tianhe clenched his fists tightly. Xiao Fei, grandfather has let you down. Undead lord laughed and said, That's right, he is your nephew. These people are all your relatives, and there's even your grandson, right? Exchanging his life for the lives of your entire clan, this is a very worthwhile transaction. Speak, where is Long Fei? Mu Tianhe did not look at the undead lord, but continued, In the future, you will need to walk the road by yourself. Members of the Mu clan, listen up. I'm sorry, but the people of the Mu clan have never been afraid of death, never being afraid of threat. Today, even if I have to annihilate my entire family, I won't compromise, because my surname is Mu. His words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of every single Mu clan disciple. Undead Lord's expression changed greatly. The killing intent he released came out like a tsunami. Anger. Incomparable rage. The top of his head seemed to be burning. You're courting death. With a heavy sound, Undead Lord stomped down. Crunch. Crack. Kacha. The bones in Mu Tianhe's chest were all broken. Black blood continued to spurt out from his mouth. Mu Tianhe laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Undead Lord, you will never be able to find my nephew in this lifetime. He is your father that you will never be able to find. Do you think I would compromise? Do you think I will believe your lies and let us Mu Clan clansmen go? I am still not clear about what kind of person your undead lord is. Since Mu Clan has escaped a calamity, then I will continue to fight with you. Now that the matter of Long Fei in the divine space has been made public, you actually hid it from Emperor Xian and came here, Xians, can you still go back? Will Emperor Xian let you go? The powerhouse of the divine space will also not let you off, ha ha. Mu Tianhe was going all out. He knew that he wouldn't live past today. However, he would not believe the words of the undead lord. Release the Mu Clan clansmen? It was simply impossible. Forget about him not knowing Long Fei's location. Even if he did, the undead lord would kill everyone in the Mu Clan to silence him. He did not want the matter with Long Fei to be exposed. He needed time to study and cultivate Long Baishan's power in his body. The undead lord was enraged. He immediately went berserk. Die. Die. All of you must die. Ah. Undead Lord could not hold it in anymore. The Mu Clan clansmen who were hanging in mid-air suddenly felt a tightening force from their necks, causing their eyeballs to pop out. They struggled non-stop, but no one was able to break free. The Undead Lord grabbed Mu Tianhe and said, "Mu Tianhe saw your clansmen die one by one in front of you. All of this was because of you." Ha ha ha! Mu Tianhe looked at them, his heart also crying blood. He continuously apologized in his heart. I'm sorry. I'm the one who has let you down. The ancestors of the Mu clan were all useless to me, Mu Tianhe. I was unable to protect my people. He blamed himself in his heart. He felt that all of this was because he, as the clan leader, was not strong enough. If he had let the Mu clan enter the northern region from top to bottom when he brought Long Fei back to the Mu clan, there wouldn't be so many things going on. He felt like a sinner. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! All of you die! Undead Lord laughed madly, falling into a state of madness. Long Fei, get the hell out here right now. Get the hell out here! At a distant mountain peak. Big brother, it seems like that brat is really not in Mu clan. The old man's brows tightened, and became somewhat disappointed. Since the Mu clan had reached such a stage and Long Fei still hadn't appeared, it was sufficient to say that Long Fei wasn't present. Undead Lord was going crazy. The Mu clan was about to be exterminated. If Long Fei was here, he would definitely come out. The voice from the sky resounded and said, "If that brat really has Long Baishan's inheritance in his body, then he feels that he will protect himself, hide himself, become stronger, and then take back everything. If I were him, I would also do the same. At this time, even if we see the whole of Mu clan dying, we cannot come out." The elder man said lightly, "That's right, big brother. I didn't gain anything from this trip. I still want to be a yellow sparrow. At least we know that Long Fei has already entered the divine space. Right now, the only place he can hide is probably an unknown place in the primal chaos." The old man replied, "I'll immediately arrange for your return to Xian's." Just as the voice from the void was about to come out again, all of a sudden, "Wait!" The old man shivered. "Big brother, what's wrong? Could it be that third bro?" A voice rang out from the void. "That person has come." The old man asked, "Who's here?" The voice from the sky said, "The kid that instantly killed several ancient strong of the Undying Legion has arrived." The elder was startled and asked, "That kid? Big brother, then you're saying that he—" Before he even finished speaking, the elder's pupils tightened and immediately flashed with an incomparably sharp light. With a heavy voice, he said, "Big brother, that kid is Long Fei." The air twisted slightly. At this moment, in the air above Mu clan's northern region, a gigantic black figure landed with a heavy thud. "Undead Lord, your father is here." In the air above the northern region, an enormous black figure landed heavily. In the air above the northern region, an enormous black figure landed heavily. "Undead Lord, don't tell me Daddy is here!" Long Fei roared. He was very clear about everything that had happened in the Mu clan, and the Flower Fairy had told him everything that had happened here. Grandfather was heavily injured and stepped on by Undead Lord. The Mu clan clansmen were all hanging in mid-air, on the verge of death. Long Fei was furious. Before the person arrived, the furious voice had already reached them. Undead Lord was startled. He stopped his slaughter of the Mu clan's people, then revealed an excited smile on his face. "You finally appeared. Ha ha ha! Brat, I've finally waited for you." Undead Lord kept his ideas and did not waste his energy to kill any Mu clan clansman, because he could kill any one of them at any time. His power was extracted from the Mu clan clansmen, and all the people hanging in the sky fell to the ground to regain their freedom. Right now, the most important thing for the Undead Lord was to obtain Long Baishan's power from Long Fei's body. Undead Lord's eyes locked onto Long Fei's position, and all the blood in his body started to boil, as if he would soon become the #1 powerhouse. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Mu Tianhe's eyes tensed up. Xiao Fei, quickly run. Run. Heh heh. Now that he's appeared, do you think he can still run away? The undead lord firmly locked onto Long Fei. Now, he definitely would not let Long Fei escape. However, to Long Fei, he never thought of escaping. He had come here to kill Undead Lord. If not for Undead Lord, he wouldn't have lost his wife Lu Luoxi. Towards the Undead Lord, Long Fei's heart was filled with hatred. Thus, Golden Fur still hadn't fallen when Long Fei moved his idea. God of Heaven madman. Ding. System notification. Target locked. The system beep. However, the number displayed on top of Undead Lord's head read, "What level is he at?" Was it within the range of a level 13 Heavenly Madman's skill? I don't know. However, regardless if it could be killed or not, Long Fei could not resist this slash. To be able to solve the problem with one punch, Long Fei was definitely not willing to use his second. Moreover, the God of Heaven madman also had a weakness. With Undead Lord's cultivation speed, once he exploded forth, the system would not be able to lock onto him at all. If the Undead Lord could condense a shadow clone, then Long Fei's Heavenly God frenzy might be wrong. Could lock on, but it could not differentiate between the real body and the shadow. Long Fei locked onto him with the God of Heaven ferocious. At this time, Undead Lord would definitely not be on guard at all. He could kill as much as he could, but if he couldn't kill Long Fei, he would have to think of another way. Don't place all your hopes on the Divinity Madman move. Kill! Long Fei took out the ivory divine sword. With a single step, he jumped down from the golden hare's back. With both hands on his sword, he chopped at the top of Undead Lord's head. Walala! Walala! In the air, space was constantly filled with cracks. The Undead Lord was slightly shocked when he saw the slash in midair, and said, "As expected, the power released from the Howran 9-pin realm can reach the realm of the ancient Supreme Elder, and in just a short span of 1 month, he broke through in realm with such incredible speed. Just a little bit more and you could have broken the record of the ancient number 1 powerhouse, Long Batian. I wasn't sure before, but now, I dare to say that you have Long Batian's power in your body. No! You are Long Batian's reincarnation. You are Long Batian. If I give you some more time, not to mention me, even the Emperor Xian would not be able to stop your rise. It's also no wonder that the Emperor Xian would fear you and issue a wanted poster of the 10,000 realms." Undead Lord said lightly. Facing Long Fei's slash, he was not worried at all. Because Howran's cultivation base of 9th rank posed no threat to him at all. He did not even care about the peak stage ancient almighty powerhouse. He was a super great complete realm powerhouse, 9th level of the righteous noble realm? Too weak. Mu Tianhe shouted once again, "Xiao Fei, quick, run! Faster!" Everyone in the Mu clan saw Long Fei. They did not know who the disciples of the Northern District, Western District and the South area were, but to the disciples of the Eastern District, Long Fei was simply too familiar with them. It's him. It's the service disciple. He is Long Fei? He is the legendary Long Batian's reincarnation? Oh my God, no wonder! Many people exclaimed, and even more people felt that Long Fei was no longer in the same world as them. This feeling was most intense for Mu Yao. She used to think that Long Fei was a service disciple with low innate skills who had no future. Although Long Fei's cultivation continued to grow stronger, her heart did not change much. But now, Mu Yao laughed at himself. In his world, I really don't have the qualifications to even exist. All of a sudden, he felt like he was too tiny like an invisible speck of dust. It was the same for the disciples of the Eastern District. The sense of superiority they had begun to feel was gone. I already told you, he won't be able to escape. Undead Lord looked at Mu Tianhe at his feet. As soon as he finished speaking, The undead lord moved a little and grabbed Mu Tianhe, who was immediately thrown into the air. Mu Tianhe, why don't you try the power of your nephew? Mu Tianhe was heavily injured, and he could not control his own body at all. Even if he wanted to avoid Long Fei, it would be impossible. Long Fei did not dodge either. The two were about to collide. Undead Lord laughed out loud, ha ha. The people of Mu clan were also extremely worried. Patriarch. Old Patriarch. Kid, that's your grandfather. Kid, why aren't you evading? We're going to collide, we're going to collide. However, the moment they collided with each other, Long Fei's body seemed to have teleported in a flash, as it directly penetrated through Mu Tianhe's body and did not cause the slightest bit of damage to him. And his Empyrean god maniac's strength had not diminished at all. He chopped at the head of the undead lord ruthlessly. Undead Lord said, "Not bad, you have some skill. However, brat, you're still too weak. You don't deserve the power of Long Batian. Give it to me, and I will become the new powerhouse." While they were talking, Undead Lord rose from the ground and rushed straight towards Long Fei. Kill. Fall. The target was locked on, and as Long Fei slashed out, he would definitely be able to hit the target. The instant the Undead Lord rose up from the ground, the speed was too fast, to the point where Long Fei was unable to see it clearly. At this time, he could only blindly continue his slash. Too weak. Our ninth pin is too weak, your strength is too weak. The Undead Lord did not even put Long Fei in his eyes at all, and immediately released a huge amount of power, forming an extremely heavy pressure. The pressure fell down heavily, and directly entered Long Fei's mind. Boom! And at this moment, this slash landed heavily on Undead Lord's head. As long as it was locked on by the system, no matter how fast it was, heaven or hell, the lock would be on it. As long as it was locked on by the system, no matter how fast it was, heaven or hell, the lock would be on it. The ivory sword slashed at the head of Undead Lord heavily. Undead Lord's body sank. As if he had broken through the first heaven, Undead Lord's body fell heavily to the ground like a bullet. The space continued to crack in midair. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe what they had just seen. How is this possible? This power. Are they King strong? Oh my god, what the hell do I see? That's the Undead Lord of the three great Empyreans of the Xians, the legendary super great complete powerhouse. Long Fei. Long Fei is too strong. I don't understand. They couldn't understand it at all. At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. Even Mu Tianhe was stunned. He looked blankly at Long Fei and said, "Good brat." His blood was boiling. At a distant mountain peak, the old man's gaze was also filled with astonishment, and he said, "Could it be that he is using Long Batian's inheritance power? Otherwise, why would OL3 be knocked back to the ground in one move? Seems like there is no need to prove anymore, he must be Long Fei." His voice was also extremely excited. An expert of the 9th stage of the Righteous Noble Realm was able to crush a powerhouse of Great Complete Realm with one move. This was simply impossible. The only explanation was that Long Batian's power had exploded. The old man said excitedly, "Big brother, I didn't think that third brother would be so careless. It's time for us to go on stage." A voice resounded in the air, "There's no rush. OL3 is not that bad. He's at least a powerhouse of the super great complete realm, the peak of the divine space. Other than Emperor Xian, it's too difficult for him to kill a powerhouse of that level." He could tell. Undead Lord was smashed down, but he was very clear about the strength of the Undead Lord. The elder was stunned for a moment before asking, "Big brother, can third brother still fight?" "Don't worry, there aren't many people who can kill him. With just a Howren 9th pin Long Fei, even if he releases Long Batian's power, with his realm right there, he won't be able to kill them no matter how strong he is." Let's first see what kind of power that brat can unleash, and then see what third brother wants from him." The voice in the air was very calm. Undead Lord was the first person among them to come into contact with Long Fei. Since he came to the Mu clan with such a large lineup, he did not hesitate to use all of his trump cards. Then he must know what the power in Long Fei's body is. In contrast, they don't know. If he wanted to be a Oriole, he had to make a move at the most crucial moment. Obviously, this wasn't the most crucial moment. The old man nodded and said, "I will listen to you, hee." If even his big brother wasn't in a hurry, then there was no need for him to worry at all. Just as they had expected, Undead Lord did not die. He wouldn't be able to kill it in a second. Although Long Fei was already prepared in his heart, the system did not send out a notification sound after that sword strike. S heart was still slightly shocked. Damn it! What kind of high level is this? It clearly exceeded the scope of rank 13. Moreover, even after the slash, the system still could not see the Undead Lord's attribute. In Long Fei's eyes, the Undead Lord was a super great complete realm boss. It shined with a dazzling golden light. He couldn't help but be excited. However, Heavenly God Frenzy's slash didn't cause an instant kill, which also meant that the skill would be on cooldown for an extremely long period of time. In other words, even if Long Fei leveled up all of a sudden, he would not be able to use it. Long Fei's heart tightened. The idea could not help but look at the skill Heavenly God Madman as she thought to herself, "This is the first time a person can't be killed in a second." Just as he was checking out his skills, he discovered something extraordinary. F*ck me. Let me wipe. I wiped it clean. It hasn't cooled down yet. No, it's probably not time for the cooldown yet. There's still time. Long Fei's eyes lit up. He was so excited that his heart seemed like it was going to stop beating. The God's Chop's attribute was, as long as one managed to kill the opponent, they would be able to unleash the second slash within a certain period of time. After that, the second slash, as long as the Holy Source's value was enough to sustain the attack, could continue. If the second kill didn't work, then the combo wouldn't work. However, there was a change in the properties of the God of Heaven Madman. If it failed to kill in a second, it could be slashed again. Long Fei looked at the properties of the Heavenly God Fanatic and saw that the power of the second slash had doubled yet again. Instant kill ability of 2? Isn't this too overbearing? Long Fei did not even bother to check the attributes of the God of Heaven Fanatics leveling up. He only knew that the killing range was now at level 13. He didn't think that the Inskill skill would have any other attribute. This was very abnormal. A roar. Undead Lord was furious and shouted, "You dog, you dare attack me! I will kill you today without a burial ground." Endless rage. Undead Lord was extremely angry. How many years had it been? No one had ever been knocked down before, but just now, he was smashed down from the sky by Long Fei, causing blood to gush out from the top of his head. He was in a bad mood. He felt extremely displeased. With a thought, he soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky suddenly began to move. The vortex turned black, and the power of the eternal hell began to madly erupt outwards. "You dog! I want your dog life!" In an instant, the power of the Undead Lord arrived in an instant, as if 10,000 layers of sky were crushing down towards Long Fei. On a distant mountain peak, the elder was slightly surprised. "Third bro is going all out. Big brother, will we kill that brat?" The voice in the air did not sound. The elder also sensed it and said, "Big brother, wait for me." On the mountain peak, the two disappeared. However, Long Fei floated in midair, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted as he coldly laughed. "Do you think that your father is afraid of your grandmother's thigh hair? You want me to die without a burial ground? I want you to grind your bones and scatter your ashes." Ding! System notification. Target continuously locked. Continuously lock on? Hee hee, I like this kind of locking method. Long Fei laughed and shouted, "Kill!" The Empyrean god landed heavily on the ground. Without any warning. There was no prediction. Once again, he accurately slashed Undead Lord's head. If the first time was a coincidence, then what about the second time? Rumble! Undead Lord fell from the sky again. The ground seemed to have exploded. Undead Lord's hair was in disarray, and she was in an extremely sorry state. However, without waiting for him to fly up to the sky again, Long Fei shouted, "God of Heaven's madman, 6 consecutive slashes, I don't believe that I can't cut off your head." 6 chain chops. 6 chain chops. Long Fei exhausted all of his holy source value. This was his greatest strength. The first slash. Undead Lord dared to raise his head, and he swung it down heavily. Boom! Undead Lord's body sank as he knelt on the ground. The ground caved in and a radius of dozens of kilometers caved in. A powerful force spread out from under the ground. Many buildings in the northern region of Mu Clan had collapsed and become rubble. Many of the members of Mu Clan were knocked to the ground. They felt the powerful shockwave and were shocked. Too powerful. All of them felt great waves surging through their hearts. Mu Xingyan laughed out loud. "Good kid, you're awesome, ha ha." Mu Tianhe was also in a daze. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with tears. Good boy. Undead Lord's hair was in a mess, as he knelt on the ground like a prisoner. His 2 eyes turned red. The flames on his body were like flames. Anger. Rage. He had lived for several 100 million years, but he had never been in a sorry state like today. The anger in his heart had already burned out and he could no longer control it. Kid, I want you to die. The Raven King. Undead Lord roared out. The blood in his body continued to burst out, and on top of his head, condensed into a huge blood crow. This was the ultimate profound mystery of the heavenly flame blood crow. His entire person stood up in an instant, emitting a killing intent that covered a 100,000 kilometers area, as though this area was hell itself. However, at this time, the second slash came. Rumble. Undead Lord's reaction was extremely fast. He had sensed it the moment the second slash landed. The speed of an expert at the great perfection stage was indescribably fast. With a single step, he disappeared from the spot. Mu Tianhe shouted, "Xiao Fei, be careful. Die." The Undead Lord roared. However, before his figure could appear, the sky exploded. Boom. A figure fell down from the skies. Bam! He kneeled heavily on the floor and his knees shattered. The ground caved in once more and the surroundings were filled with crack. Blood trickled down the corner of Undead Lord's mouth as his face turned pale. He was now in an even more miserable state. Even his Skyfire Raven King was unable to condense it. Kneeling on the ground, Undead Lord gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked loudly. He didn't know why, but he couldn't believe everything that was happening before his eyes. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the super great complete realm. It was impossible for him to lose to someone of the 9th rank. None of this is possible. Even if Long Fei was Long Baishan's successor, it was impossible. The realm of this world was king. Undead Lord roared, his 2 eyes almost popping out as he formed a seal with his hands. Darkness covered the sky, and the entire world seemed to sink into darkness. Die! Undead Lord's figure disappeared once again. Boom! The third slash landed. The darkness was split open, and a human figure fell down from the sky alongside the darkness. Bam! The ground exploded, revealing a 10-meter deep crater. Why? Undead Lord had completely fallen into madness. He could clearly feel the trajectory of that slash with his cultivation speed. He could clearly dodge it, but he just couldn't avoid it. Even when he entered the void, he was still heavily struck. But it was not like that. His mind and consciousness seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt. Unable to withstand the impact, he fell down heavily. Unwell. It was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he acted as if he was of the 9th level of Clear Ran while Long Fei was of the super great complete realm. There was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do. The feeling of unwillingness, the helplessness, it made him feel as if his mind was about to explode. Similarly, Undead Lord's mental state crumbled, and Long Fei's mental state crumbled a little. Because, even after several consecutive slashes, he still hadn't dealt a tenth of the same amount of damage. The Undead Lord's health bar was indescribably long. Even a few meter-long bloodlines were only able to cause a few tens of millions of damage, not even a tenth of it. 3 more cuts to kill? If he managed to kill 3 of them without dying, what would the result be? You know, these 6 cuts had already digested all of Long Fei's holy source value. If they still could not kill Undead Lord, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the attributes of an Empyrean god madman were very special. Under the circumstance of not being able to kill, the strength of the god of heaven fanatics was becoming stronger and stronger, doubling each time. The power of the last 3 slashes became even stronger. The people from the Mu clan around were no longer worried about Long Fei. Long Fei completely oppressed Undead Lord. Something they could not even imagine. His heart became more and more shocked. Is this the power of Long Baishan's inheritors? The legend is indeed correct. He really is Long Baishan's successor. The last dragon clan. From now on, the dragon race will rise again. Just how strong is the first powerhouse of the ancient times, Long Batian? Howren's 9th level against a super great circle of perfection, and he's actually suffering a bloody slaughter. This is unbelievable. All of them worshipped Long Fei to no end, but no one knew how nervous or how afraid Long Fei was. As long as 3 of them were unable to kill the Undead Lord, that crazy Undead Lord could kill everyone here in one move. How strong is the super great complete realm? If the 3 Empyreans under the Emperor Xian are strong to such a level, then exactly how strong is the real face? Thinking of this, Long Fei's scalp turned numb. It was unimaginably strong. Ah! Boom! Undead Lord's body sank and burrowed straight into the ground. If the heavens can slash at me, if the earth can slash at me, then what about the earth? My infernal realm, descend. He suddenly hid himself underground. However, this did not prevent him from making his move. Following Undead Lord's chant, the sky and the earth darkened as the sound of ghosts crying came out from everywhere. But, not waiting for his hell to descend, the 4th slash came down. Rumble! The ground split open, and Undead Lord was sent flying out of the ground. He kneeled down heavily on the ground again. F*CKU. Undead Lord was on the verge of tears. He was slashed through the air, the ground and even the ground. His scalp was truly numb right now. However, he did not give up and became even more crazy. The 5th slash descended. Rumble! Undead Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning especially pale. He still didn't give up and rushed forward once again. Long Fei felt a shiver in his heart. That final slash, what kind of damage could it do? Everything depends on the heavens. God of heaven madman! Kill! The final slash descended. A heavy blow landed on top of Undead Lord's head, causing a long string of damage figures to float out. Long Fei's eyes lit up. There's hope. When the 5th slash landed, a beautiful damage figure was sent out. When the 5th slash landed, a beautiful damage figure was sent out. After the 6th slash, the string of long numbers that floated above Undead Lord's head made Long Fei very happy. He looked at the groove above Undead Lord's head, and it quickly reduced with a swoosh sound. Boom! Undead Lord landed on the ground. His face was no longer as pale as before, but calm and collected. At the same time, his eyes didn't start to turn red, and the aura on his body gradually weakened until it finally disappeared. He swept his gaze over them and then heavily stood up. Long Fei had been floating in mid-air the entire time, but after the sixth slash, he immediately landed on the ground and stood in front of Undead Lord. Mu Tianhe's brows tightened and said, "Xiao Fei, be careful. They were too close. If the Undead Lord did anything at this time, there would be no way to stop him." Mu Tianhe also instantly moved, landing beside Long Fei as he protected him with the power of space at any time. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine." Undead Lord looked at Long Fei and said, "Brat, you are indeed the person Long Batian chose. With such exceptional talent, to be able to match me at the super perfection stage even if I was at the 9th level of the righteous realm. He's really amazing." Long Fei laughed. "Are you flattering me?" Undead Lord said, "I'll consider it my loss today. From today onwards, I won't appear in front of you again, and I won't target Mu Clan either. Kid, Emperor Xian will not let you off that easily, and in the entire divine space, the number of people who want to obtain the power in your body are countless, so you have to be careful." It was as if he had lost a competition with Long Fei and given him a few words of advice. Long Fei looked at Undead Lord and said, "Hee hee, you won't appear in front of me again? Do you not want the power inside my pubes?" Undead Lord said, "I don't want to. Hee hee." Long Fei smiled faintly. His smile was a little vulgar, a smile that could see through everything, and said, "Since you don't want it, then right now." The Undead Lord said, "I will leave the God-living mountain right now, and the Undying Legion that I brought will also leave the God-living mountain. From now on, they will not take even half a step into the God-living mountain. Even if the Emperor Xian requests me to fight against the Mu clan in the future, I will still reject them." He spoke as if he was speaking the truth. However, everyone in the Mu clan was incredibly excited to be able to make the Undead Lord say these words, as if they had won against the strongest Xians. Excited. Mu Tianhe was also extremely excited in his heart. Beautiful. However, Long Fei sneered and said, "Undead Lord, with your personality, do you think I would believe your words?" Undead Lord's eyes darkened. He shouted, "I am one of the 3 great Empyreans under Emperor Xian. Is there a need for me to lie to you? All right. I'll have the Undying Legion leave the God-living mountain right now. I want to leave too." As he spoke, he turned around to leave. Long Fei laughed coldly. "Continue pretending. Let me see how long you can continue pretending for." Undead Lord said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Long Fei said, "You should be clear about what I'm talking about. Do you think you can still leave today?" Undead Lord's eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Brat, do you really think you can kill me? What a joke. I am a Undead Lord. Do you know the meaning of not dying? And take a step back. Even if I let you kill me, do you dare to? Can you kill me? Can your Mu clan bear the consequences? Do you want the Mu clan and your dragon clan's Dragon Vein Mountain to become ruins?" He spoke with a heavy tone. These words were not meant for Long Fei to hear, but were meant for Mu Tianhe, the people of Mu clan. Who is he? The 3 great sky sovereigns of the Xians. If they killed him, it would be with the Xians. The power of space in the Mu clan was indeed strong, but if the Emperor Xian got angry, it would only take a few minutes to destroy the entire God-living mountain. The Mu clan could not resist it at all. Undead Lord was very clear on this point. Immediately, Mu Tianhe tightened his forehead and secretly clenched his fists. Everyone in Mu clan was slightly shocked. "Let him go. Undead Lord will remember what you said a few days ago. Never ever step half a step into God-living mountain again." Scram! Just as Undead Lord had said, Mu clan could not afford to offend him. Moreover, they looked at Undead Lord as if he were an unharmed person, as he was also one of the 3 great Empyreans, the undying Empyrean. It was impossible to kill him. It made him feel even more certain that he couldn't touch him. The undead lord laughed coldly and said, "Of course I mean what I say." And then, undead lord took a step forward. Long Fei said again, "Wait." Undead lord's pupils tightened and said, "Mu Tianhe, can he represent your Mu clan right now? My undying legion is not far from here. As long as I give the order, we can immediately kill our way here and make a river of blood flow. Do you believe me?" Mu Tianhe looked at Long Fei and said, "Xiao Fei, why don't you?" Long Fei laughed. "You want me to continue acting when the undead lord is about to die? I do. If you can call the undying legion over today, I'll ring off your head." Undead lord's heart sank and looked at Mu Tianhe with both eyes. "Mu Tianhe, is this the attitude of your Mu clan?" "Sure. Since your Mu clan wishes to exterminate your clan, then don't blame me for it." Undead lord's face was filled with anger. Many of the Mu clan members began to persuade him. "Let him go. Mu clan is already like this today, I can't take it anymore. Yeah. He is an Empyrean powerhouse of the Xians." Mu Tianhe could not help but say, "Xiao Fei, in my opinion." Long Fei said, "Undead lord, call me now. Call someone over. If you can get even one person, it'll count as your father's loss." "You old guy, you really know how to pretend?" Undead lord scolded. Mu Tianhe. Long Fei immediately interrupted, "Why do you want to call me grandfather? If you have the ability, then wake me up right now and scream. Come, scream. Will you call me or not?" Long Fei pressed on. Undead lord retreated step by step, his face slowly turning pale. Feeling the strong aura from Long Fei's body, the undead lord couldn't help but say, "Pff." He spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His face was as pale as thin paper. His body trembled and he might collapse at any moment. Others might not know, but how could Long Fei, who possessed the system, not see through the undead lord? With the sixth slash, undead lord only had a single drop of blood left on his head. This was also the reason why undead lord acted as if nothing had happened. Long Fei laughed. "You're pretending, why aren't you acting anymore?" Undead lord coughed a few times and said, "Long Fei, if you dare kill me, Emperor Xian will." Bam! Long Fei punched out, "There are no people that I do not dare to kill." He punched undead lord in the chest. The last drop of blood on top of his head turned to 0. Undead lord glared as he said, Emperor Xian will not, he will not let go." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei kicked again. "Die a little further for this old man." Bam! It flew 100 meters away and hung on a tree. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! The system sounded out, causing Long Fei to be secretly happy. "It's going to explode soon." The system sounded out, causing Long Fei to be secretly happy. "It's going to explode soon." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Undead Lord, for obtaining 100 million experience, 100 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! System notification. Would you like to release striking energy value? Long Fei did not hesitate at all and said, "Release, we must release. Undead Lord is a super great complete realm boss, how can we not release it? Berserk energy, its explosive rate would result in a critical hit. Moreover, the items that the critical strike came out with were all special items." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining level +1 scroll. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Outer Domain Immortal Crystal. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Death God's Possession. 3 things appeared at once. Long Fei was overjoyed as he muttered, "Awesome. Another level scroll. I can now level up again." Using both levels at the same time is equivalent to breaking Long Baitian's record. No matter how amazing you are, What can you do? No matter how fast my breakthrough is, I still lost to him. Ha ha ha. Long Fei was ecstatic. As long as he lightly tapped on it, he could step into the ancient realm. If that was the case, he would break Long Baishan's record. Awesome, powerful plath. However, Long Fei did not immediately use it. Level +1, he did not have a realm or experience limit. Now that he had reached the ancient realm, his level would also be increased by 1. The more he used it, the greater his advantage would be. Now that the undead lord was dead, Long Fei was in no hurry. Outer region immortal crystals? Description: the crystal core of a foreign fairy beast possesses the power of a foreign beast. The user can obtain the power of a foreign beast and use the beast transformation mode. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. System, oh system, you are too awesome. You can give me whatever I want. Now you don't have to worry about Mu Yun. The boulder in Long Fei's heart fell. He was worried about not being able to find the immortal crystals, but it seemed like Mu Yun did not need to transform into a beast anymore. Now, all he needed to do was to find Mu Yun and let him absorb this immortal crystal. Long Fei was elated in his heart. Sweeping his gaze across the place, he shouted loudly, "Mu Yun, are you here?" The sound covered the entire northern region. But no one responded. Mu Yun left the Mu clan to search for evidence. If he could not find it, he would not come back, because he did not want to cause trouble for Long Fei. He was well aware of his situation. He had devoured too much beast blood, and could no longer control the restlessness within his body. That kind of untamed nature could explode at any time. He didn't want to hurt anyone. "Flower Fairy, find him for me," Long Fei warned her. Flower Fairy said, "I will try my best." Her perception was very broad. With her looking for someone, it shouldn't be a big problem. The last item, Death God's possession, should be related to the change in Undead Lord's power exploding out. Death possession description: possesses an indestructible body for 3 minutes. The user must only use 1/10 of his health point, otherwise it cannot be used. Description 2. The Death God's possession possesses a strong immortal body, carrying the power of death and slaughter. It can only kill enemies with health point lower than half of their body's total strength. Holy sh*t. Didn't I have a skill that would save my life and a skill that would kill me in an instant? Ha ha ha. Isn't this a bit too much? Long Fei was overjoyed in his heart. The first wave of strength contained both instant kill and defense. This skill was too overpowered. This is so cool. Long Fei let out a long breath. Looking at his own experience, he thought to himself that he should go to the East region and kill all of those Undying Legion members. It was so beautiful. Xiao Fei, you really killed Undead Lord? Mu Tianhe was still a little confused. That was one of the 3 great sky sovereigns of the Xians. Super great complete realm, powerhouse at the peak of martial arts. He was cut to death just like that? Furthermore, he was killed by Howren's 9th grade. It was too hard to believe. Not just him. The entire Mu clan was the same, their eyes glazed over. Long Fei nodded and said, I will kill him. That day, he almost took my life. Today, I will definitely not give him a chance to live. Mu Tianhe nodded and said, All right, my nephew truly became stronger. At this time, an elder walked over and said, Old Patriarch, what if Xians asks us for them? What should we do if the Xians invades our Mu clan? Yeah. That is Xian's heavenly sovereign powerhouse, and he's even a life and death brother who has lived together with Emperor Xian until now. If we kill him, Xians will definitely not let us off that easily. Who dares to provoke the current Xians? Although Emperor Xian is not the god of boundary, but the divine space, aren't all the ancient realms within the control of the Xians? We can't afford to offend him. Many of the elders were extremely worried. They were worried that the Xians would take revenge. Because The identity of the undead lord is truly extraordinary, Mu Tianhe said loudly. So what if we kill? What's there to be afraid of? If it wasn't for Xians, would our Mu clan be hiding in this god-living mountain? We and the Xians were already irreconcilable. If we kill the Sky Sovereign today, we might even kill the Emperor Xian next time. He is already dead. Mu Tianhe cannot let these elders attack Long Fei. He was also very worried. When Emperor Xian got serious, those 100 Mu clans were not his match. Old Patriarch, you're right, but we haven't erupted in anger yet. Now that we killed his heavenly sovereign, if this news were to spread to the Xians, the higher-ups of the Xians would definitely be furious. This isn't a matter of killing an Empyrean, it's a matter of face. What if the undead lord that came this time turns out to be the other two Empyrean powerhouses? What if it's the Emperor Xian? Old Patriarch, I think we should discuss this matter properly. Many of the elders were still worrying, and many elders were looking at Long Fei. Mu Tianhe was instantly enraged. What are you all worried about? As the chief, I'm not even worried. What are you all worried about? Didn't you see how powerful my nephew was? Undead Lord has a way to counter this? Don't press your hammer on the ground at all. Even if the Emperor Xian comes, my nephew will still be able to beat him to death. Don't you have any idea who my nephew is? The inheritor of Long Baishan's power. If he's capable, call him over from the Emperor Xian. Mu Tianhe's face was filled with indignation, as if he did not put the Xians in his eyes at all, looking very domineering. Furthermore, he believed in Long Fei's strength. If he could abuse the undead lord, then he could overturn the Emperor Xian. Just as Mu Tianhe finished speaking, all of a sudden, an incomparably deep voice exploded like thunder. What an arrogant tone! What an arrogant tone! What an arrogant tone! His thunderous words exploded in the minds of everyone present, including Long Fei. At this moment, all of the Mu clan clansmen felt their bodies sink. Although there was no pressure in the voice, the power behind the voice was too strong. Mu Tianhe's forehead tightened, as he protected Long Fei behind him. Bam! A figure landed. With a heavy sound, it was like a fierce beast had descended. He was tall and sturdy, almost 3 meters in height. Although he appeared to be an old man, his muscles were extremely inflated. It was as if his clothes were about to burst apart. Mu Tianhe's pupils shrank and he blurted out, "Heavenly Elder Hu Wu." The entire Mu clan was in an uproar. Looking at the muscular elder, their bodies trembled even more intensely. Sky Sovereign Tiger Wu, the Xian's 3 great Sky Sovereigns, was ranked second in terms of strength. Sky Sovereign who was stronger than the undead lord. The instant he landed, Long Fei's pupils constricted. Gu Dong. I'll be good. Another super boss. The golden light was dazzling, emitting an extremely strong boss aura. Long Fei became excited again, but he did not act rashly. The Empyrean god went berserk into the cooldown. His holy source was not worth the 1,000,000 points he earned from killing the undead lord just now, and he couldn't even sustain a few of the higher-level technique. He had to wait for an opportunity. But, seeing the boss not being able to attack was extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a cat scratching its heart. The old man was Sky Sovereign Huwu. The second greatest heavenly sovereign under the Emperor Xian was also a character that had existed for a period of time in the Emperor Xian. It was outrageously strong. Ever since the battle between Xian nationality and him, he rarely fought, but every time he attacked, blood would flow like rivers, exterminating the entire clan. Countless people had died at his hands. Even though he was the celestial elder Hu Wu, he had another nickname, Human Tuesday. The number of people massacred was not less than 1,000,000. Terrifying. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu laughed lightly, stared at Mu Tianhe and said, "Not bad, there are not many who can recognize me in the divine space. All right, I won't waste any more time. Hand Long Fei over, I will make your Mu clan trash die a little more honorably. Ease of speech. However, he was very serious and was not joking. And no one present felt that he was joking. Mu Tianhe looked at the main entrance of the Turtle Mountain, which was opened in the center of the plaza. But who could find him dead? Heavenly Elder Hu Wu from Undead Lord? Could it be that the head of the three great Empyreans, Sky Sovereign Pajun, was also here? No one had ever seen Sky Sovereign Pajun. Even Mu Tianhe had never seen such a person before. The people of Mu clan trembled more and more. Many disciples felt that they were going to die soon. Mu Tianhe's back was also covered in cold sweat, and he said, I don't have anyone here that you're looking for. Empyrean Hu Wu glared at him. Buzz! Bam! Mu Tianhe's chest suddenly received a heavy blow, and his entire body flew through the air, heavily kneeling on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. All of a sudden, the gash on his head had been reduced by more than 2/3, leaving only a tiny amount of blood. Just a single glance was enough to cause such damage. How powerful was Empyrean Hu Wu? The people of Mu clan had really given up all hope this time. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu said indifferently, Mu Tianhe, you think I'm number 3? With trash like you, even if you train for another 1,000,000 years, I can crush you to death with a finger. Do you understand? Mu Tianhe was in great pain. When he knelt on the ground, the kneecap had already shattered into pieces. He couldn't even stand up, and his face was extremely pale. But even so, he still persisted and said, Just now, I had already sent Long Fei away. Huh! The eyes of the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu tightened. Long Fei immediately stood out and said, I am Long Fei. Sky Sovereign Tiger Marshal Saint looked at Long Fei and laughed lightly. Brat, you can still be considered to be in charge of this. Hand over the power that Long Batian left in your body, and I will leave a complete corpse for you. Remember, I will only say this once. Leave it to your mom. Long Fei immediately scolded. He moved his body, immediately unleashing his strength of the 9th stage of the righteous noble realm to the extreme, causing his hands to sink. 8 bursts fist. Boom! With a single step, he vanished. In the next second, he appeared in front of Empyrean Hu Wu and punched out with both of his fists. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu did not dodge as he stood there being beaten up by Long Fei. Long Fei's fist struck his chest. It didn't hurt at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Long Fei also felt that his 2 fists seemed to have been smashed into the deep ocean. His strength was not being dissolved, but this guy's defense was beyond his imagination. Not to mention the fact that there weren't any damage figures, even a few English letters of MIS didn't appear. What did this mean? This meant that Long Fei's punch with full power of the 9th stage was just as if he had not fought at all. How abnormal was this? Long Fei's eyes darkened. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu looked at Long Fei and said, Is the battle over? Long Fei's mind tensed up. With a move of his feet, he was about to retreat. It was just that. Just as his body entered the void, a surge of power sucked him in, and a huge, powerful hand grabbed his neck. Lifted up in the air. Boom. He hit the ground heavily. Rumble. 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 The ground shook and resounded through the 9 heavens. Millions of kilometers of God-living mountain were in a state of shock, and the main gate of the Turtle Mountain in the middle of the plaza also began to collapse. This power. It was an existence that was as if the heavens were exploding. Long Fei's back split open and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His health point plummeted, and the originally several 100,000 points of health point instantly turned into a few hundred points. This was only the normal attack of Empyrean Hu Wu. If he had used the power of the cultivation technique, Long Fei would already be dead. Little Green. Flower Fairy called out anxiously. Green also responded instantly, I know. The Tong Tian Vine's spirit liquid continuously poured into Long Fei's body, and his health point quickly rose again. However, Long Fei was pressed down on the ground and could not move. The heck, isn't this way too strong? Long Fei secretly thought that he wouldn't be able to endure one move, but he was unhappy in his heart. Very unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he had to do it. The idea moved and shouted, "Little Green, don't rush to get treatment." Xiao Lu said, "Master, if I don't treat you, you will die." Long Fei said, "I'm not dead yet." Sky Sovereign Hu Wu looked at Long Fei with contempt and said indifferently, "You can't even take a single blow, why would a trash like you, Long Batian, choose you? All right. Obediently hand over Long Batian's power, and don't let me do it, otherwise you will feel very, very painful." Long Fei said again, "Hand over your mother, I don't have any Long Batian's power in my body, what do you want me to do? I am Long Fei, and am not some kind of inheritor of Long Batian, understand?" The Sky Sovereign of Tiger Marshal laughed coldly and said, "You could have lived until now without Long Batian's inheritance? Emperor Xian made a few moves at you but you didn't die. Little bastard, you're too arrogant. Alright, I won't waste my breath on you anymore. Since you're not handing it over, then I'll have to do it myself." Sky Sovereign Hu Wu was very impatient. Moreover, he was different from Undead Lord. He focused on settling everything by force. He pressed one hand on Long Fei's abdomen. Long Fei's pupils tightened as he roared out loudly, "Death God's possession, open! To kill the thing that came out of Undead Lord violently. To kill the thing that came out of Undead Lord violently. Death God's possession, possessing both the power of defense and attack. Opening it required a very low health point, and the prerequisite for instantly killing the enemy was that the enemy only had half of its HP remaining, and only under such circumstances could it be killed. However, Long Fei had already reached the end of his HP. At the end of the month, the energy that he exploded out would become even stronger, like a kind of demonic art. Most importantly, Long Fei had 3 minutes of immortal body time. He wouldn't die no matter how he killed. No matter how powerful Sky Sovereign Hu Wu was, he would not be able to kill him. The Mu clan had done too much for him. He had to fight for these 3 minutes for the Mu clan. As long as the rest of the people from the Mu clan entered the Tortoise Mountain, the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu would have no other choice. As for Long Fei himself, he was confident that he could escape even if he wasn't a low-level tiger like Empyrean Wu. He had 2 level +1 scrolls and 1 life +1 scroll. In other words, he had 3 more lives. He didn't believe that even if he had 3 lives, he wouldn't be able to escape. Death God's possession, activate. Ding. System notification. Death God's possession has been successfully activated. Buzz. In that instant, a black shadow suddenly descended, enveloping Long Fei's entire body. His body trembled, as if he had suddenly obtained an incomparably powerful force. Also quickly leapt up and landed beside Mu Tianhe. He said anxiously, "Grandfather, bring your clansmen along and enter the Turtle Mountain quickly." At this moment, a timetable appeared in his mind. 180 seconds, 3 minutes. This was Long Fei's maximum time. Mu Tianhe's brows sank and said, "No, I can't let you take the risk alone. Back then, I did not protect your mother well, so now, I will definitely not abandon you. Grandfather, I'll be fine. Believe me, I definitely won't die. I'm worried about you guys." Long Fei thought for a while, then said, "I can kill the Undead Lord, but I can kill the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. I need you to enter Turtle Mountain, so I won't have any worries anymore." Kill Empyrean Hu Wu? Long Fei didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The Sky Sovereign Hu Wu was much stronger than the Undead Lord. Although the two of them were of the same cultivation level, they were still of the same cultivation level and their strengths were completely different. Wanting to kill Empyrean Hu Wu. But at the moment, Long Fei couldn't think of anything. However, Grandpa had to live. Grandfather's Mu clan must also be protected well. Mu Tianhe looked at Long Fei and said, Xiao Fei, you really can. Long Fei nodded. Grandfather, don't worry. Even if I can't kill him, I can still escape. Mu Tianhe knew that Long Fei wanted to protect them, and was blaming himself in his heart for being useless. If he was a little stronger, he wouldn't be unable to even protect his nephew, so he said, All right, I'll listen to you. All disciples of the Mu clan, listen up and immediately enter the Turtle Mountain. We will not delay any further. The great Heaven Saint Master sneered and said, Do you take me for air? Is what I just said a joke? Since I'm here, then there won't be any Mu clan left in the divine space. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu did not have any intention of letting Mu clan go. No matter what, the undead lord was still their brother. People of the Xians died here. Did he not want face? Xians doesn't want face? Long Fei said. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu, didn't you want Long Baishan's power? I don't mind telling you, if you want to obtain my power, you need to kill me first. Only the power that kills me, Long Batian, will be able to come out of my body and choose the second host body. This is the only way to obtain Long Baishan's strength. Long Fei couldn't care so much anymore. He had to stall the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu to buy time for the Mu clan. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu was startled. He looked at Long Fei and said, Is that really so? Long Fei said, How could I lie to you? Empyrean Hu Wu smiled in excitement. With a flip of his right hand, his 5 fingers moved. Rumble! A palm heavily slammed down from the sky. His speed was extremely fast. After the violent storm on the ground left, Long Fei's face began to move, and his hair was scattered in all directions. His robes made an explosive noise, and his entire body was suppressed by the force of the palm to the point that he was unable to breathe. It was extremely uncomfortable. The death god only said that he wouldn't die within 3 minutes. He didn't say that he wouldn't feel pain. Xiao Fei. Mu Tianhe started to worry, wanting to help Long Fei avoid the palm strike by activating the spatial boundary. However, Long Fei rejected him immediately. Grandfather, believe me, I will be fine. Quickly bring your people into the Tortoise Mountain space. Faster! The great Sky Sovereign sneered and said, Are you all right? Ha ha ha! You will soon be lying on the ground, turning into a dead dog. Long Fei also sneered and said, Sky Sovereign Hu Wu, what if you can't kill me with one palm strike? If you can't kill him, just call him father. The great Sky Sovereign was enraged. You're courting death. The palm energy descended. Long Fei stood still in his original position. It had to be said that the Heaven Elder Hu Wu's power was too strong. Just a normal move was enough to kill Long Fei instantly. Now that he had used a powerful secret technique to attack, his power was even stronger. If not for Death God's possession, Long Fei would not have been able to withstand it. But now he was possessed by death. Forget about Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. Even if the Emperor Xian came, he would not die if they used their strongest power to attack him. Rumble! 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 Powerful energy exploded out in bursts of thunderous explosions. The breaks filled the sky and blotted out the sun. Xiao Fei! Mu Tianhe worriedly shouted out. The great Sky Sovereign gave a cold laugh and said, He has already become a dead dog. Before he could finish his words, a voice resounded from the thick dust, Sky Sovereign Hu Wu, just call me father. As they spoke, Long Fei slowly walked out from the dust. Other than a line of blood at the corner of his mouth, he was completely fine. He looked relaxed and calm. There was nothing at all. This was the undead power possessed by the god of death. In an instant, Long Fei only had a bit of HP remaining, but this point could not be lowered, and would not become 0. Xiao Lu hurriedly added several tens of thousands of health points. Long Fei acted as if he had revived in an instant. Seeing that Long Fei had walked out completely unharmed, everyone was stunned. The Sky Sovereign Hu Wu looked at Long Fei in shock and said, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, a ninth grade of Clear Ran, will definitely not be able to withstand my palm strike. He could not believe it. Not just him, even the surrounding crowd had incredulous looks on their faces. Even Sky Sovereign Pajun did not understand. Why is that? Was it because of Long Baishan's power in Long Fei's body? Right. That was the only explanation. Only Long Batian could do something like this. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he gently smiled. In my world, nothing is impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Fei was not a human, even a god would not be able to do such a thing. Too abnormal. That was Emperor Huwu, one of the top powerhouse in the world, a person with the strength of supreme great perfection. His palm, however, did not harm Long Fei. People were completely unable to understand what was going on. Holy **T. Awesome. He's too strong. Could this be the power of the Long Batian from the legends? If he doesn't die, won't he die? With him here, what do we need to do in Turtle Mountain? That's right, the undead lord was killed by him. Now, the powers of the Sky Sovereign Huwu are completely useless to him, haha. Xian's is about to shiver. All of the Mu clan disciples became excited. After being crushed by the Xians for so many years, he was finally going to rise again. Although Long Fei was not from Mu clan, he could still be considered to be part of Mu clan, and they were extremely happy. However, Long Fei spoke in an impartial manner. Grandfather, do you believe in my strength now? You will now lead your tribesmen into Turtle Mountain, and when all of you have entered, I will be able to go all out and start a big fight. He didn't want Mu Tianhe to worry. Mu Tianhe looked at Long Fei and shouted, "All of you, enter Turtle Mountain immediately, quickly!" While they were talking, Mu Tianhe landed beside Long Fei and said, "Xiao Fei, what if you're not your opponent and run, as long as you enter an unknown place in the primal chaos, even if the Emperor Xian comes, he wouldn't be able to find you quickly. Hold this jade pendant. After entering the Bedlam lands and hanging it on your waist, its original owner will find you and he will help you." Mu Tianhe reminded her. And then, he waved his arms and shouted, "Elders, listen up. Lead your disciples to immediately enter the Turtle Mountain. Whoever disobeys this order, expel them from the Mu clan." Long Fei kept the jade and said, "I'll remember it." The face of the Sky Sovereign Huwu was somewhat displeased. With a sinister look in his eyes, he released his intimidating aura. Roar! A lifelike purple-striped divine tiger rushed towards Long Fei. The aura solidified. This was the first time Long Fei had seen such a powerful pressure. At this moment, the Sky Sovereign Huwu also instantly stepped out, the next step appearing in front of Long Fei, his hand forming a claw as he grabbed onto Long Fei's throat. "Kid, I'll see how you die." At this moment, Sky Sovereign Huwu was enraged by Long Fei and did not have the mind to bother about the people from Mu clan. Before the fist had landed, the pressure of the purple-tattooed divine tiger had already rushed into Long Fei's sea of consciousness. Long Fei's head almost exploded as he endured the intense pain. Moreover, Emperor Huwu's fist struck out heavily. Bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Each fist was like a storm, and every strike was like a violent thunderbolt that struck his chest. Long Fei's chest was about to explode, however. No matter how strong the Heaven Elder Huwu was, no matter how fierce his aura was, Long Fei would not die. When his HP reached one point, he wouldn't be able to drop it. Death God's possession, immortal body. He would absolutely not die. Not to mention his chest exploding, even if Emperor Huwu decapitated Long Fei, he would still not die. If you don't die, you won't die. No other fancy stuff. Is that you or Sky Sovereign? Too weak. Can't you use a little more strength? If you can't kill me, How can you get hold of Long Baishan's power like this? Sky Sovereign Huwu, you're just a dead waste. Even more trash than Undead Lord. I really don't know how you managed to live for so long. Long Fei was beaten black and blue, but he still did not die. Empyrean Huwu was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. But no matter how much strength he used, no matter what kind of technique or secret technique he used, Long Fei would still not die. His anger flared up. Similarly, Long Fei was also extremely unhappy in his heart. He was too weak. However, Long Fei wore off the Heaven Elder Huwu's fighting spirit, and at the same time that he continuously punched, and at the same time that he released his might, Long Fei was looking for an opening. The Dragon Kwang was also looking for an opening. The God's Pavilion, on the other hand, crazily nurtured the soul of the Undead Lord. Undead Lord would never let such a good soul go, just that. Undead Lord was a super-perfection stage powerhouse. If he wanted to rebuild his divine soul back into his physical body, that would require a certain amount of time. On the other side, the disciples of the Mu clan were swiftly entering the space of the Turtle Mountain. It was just that they could not understand why Long Fei would not help if he did not die. Could it be that Long Baishan's power was only able to survive? No attack? Empyrean Huwu attacked even more crazily. Long Fei was smashed to death, but he did not die. He thought to himself, luckily I obtained the power of Death God's possession, otherwise this old man's life would still be intact under this attack. However, being constantly attacked like this isn't a solution. When the time comes and I lose the protection of Death God's possession, one punch and I'll go to hell. Long Kwang, have you found any flaws? Long Fei said heavily. He did not have much time left. The 3 minutes of life and death had already passed 2 minutes. 1 more minute and he would have lost the chance to live. As time passed, Long Fei was starting to worry in his heart. It was just that he was gratified that most of the Mu clan disciples had left the plaza. If he couldn't beat her, there was only one way out. Run. However, if this super boss was given up, Long Fei might not be able to fall asleep for half a month. Long Kwang was frantically calculating and analyzing, saying, "This guy's body and strength are both close to perfection. With your current strength, it would be hard to even break through his defense, let alone cripple him." Long Fei said, "Then what do we do? I can't let him keep beating me up like this, can I? And you also said that it was almost perfect just now. That means it's not perfect? There are always flaws." Long Kwangdao, "Master, you are only at the 9th level of the Howran realm. The difference in level is too great. Even if there is a flaw, you will not be able to harm him." Holy **T. Long Fei said in an extremely displeased tone, "Undead Lord was killed by me just now." Long Kwangdao, "Right now the only way is to wear down his fighting spirit. His current strength is getting more and more chaotic, his mentality is about to collapse, and when his mentality crashes, it should be his weakness." Empyrean Huwu was already going crazy. He used up all his strength, but it still didn't work. He just couldn't kill him. His mentality had crumbled, and his power was becoming more and more chaotic. In this situation, all his stats were in disarray. It was also the best opportunity to strike. As long as he lost half his HP, he would have a chance to kill him. Sky Sovereign Huwu, have you King not eaten yet? Can't you use a little more strength? You want to kill me with this kind of strength? Long Fei started to despise him, speeding up the collapse of the Sky Sovereign Huwu. Time passed second by second. 3 minutes were almost up. The aura on Empyrean Huwu's body was also in a mess. Suddenly, Long Kwang shouted, "Master, his mental state has collapsed." At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! System notification. Death has 3 seconds left to possess. 3, 2, 1, end. Long Fei tensed up, the idea moved. Use the level +1 scroll. Ding! System notification. The level scroll has been successfully used. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the first rank of an ancient power. Long Fei smirked. It's time to start my show. For an entire 3 minutes, Long Fei was tormented for 3 minutes. For an entire 3 minutes, Long Fei was tormented for 3 minutes. He just wouldn't die. He was not dead, but Empyrean Tigerclaw's mental state was on the verge of collapse. The mighty heavenly elder Hu Wu of the three great Empyreans, the monster that had lived for several trillion years, the peak powerhouse of the divine space, a figure who could make countless ancient family tremble just by dodging a single leg. Even if he used all his strength, he could still kill a 9th-level righteous noble realm individual. It collapsed. It had completely collapsed. His collapse was also a chance for Long Fei. After the time for death ended, Long Fei instantly leaped up and landed 1,000 meters away. The idea moved and used a level +1 scroll. The aura on his body underwent a sudden change. He had instantly become a first-stage Supreme Elder and his strength had undergone a violent change. His health point and Holy Source's value, all of its attributes had been restored to full. All the wounds on his body were healed. His injuries were all healed, and his health point and Holy Source S were all at their maximum stat. If he wanted to counterattack, then he needed to have sufficient Holy Source points to support it. This was the reason why Long Fei was using the level +1 scroll. The other reason was that it would stimulate Empyrean Hu Wu even more. Long Fei purposely pretended to be shocked. I've broken through, I'm now an ancient almighty being, ha ha. And then, Long Fei revealed a look of contempt and said, Heavenly Elder Hu Wu, how useless of you to say that you are. Even after hitting me for half a day you still aren't even able to injure a single strand of my hair. How can you be like this? You aren't helping me break through, are you? Ha ha ha. You're my lucky general, an assistant baby. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu, I really have to thank you. Without you attacking me like a torrential storm just now, I really wouldn't have been able to break through. This is great. Long Fei taunted. His words caused Empyrean Hu Wu to collapse even more. He was so angry that he could not even release his strength. Empyrean Hu Wu howled out like a mad dog. No, no, impossible, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There had never been such a failure before. Even if he had met an extremely strong opponent, even the outer space powerhouse himself had never felt so depressed and defeated. This was too much of a blow. His aloof attitude had already been stepped on by Long Fei and was ruthlessly trampled. 3 minutes. It had been 3 whole minutes since he had killed someone who was this much lower than him. It was a merciless humiliation, and he had no way to refute it. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill Long Fei. His mental state collapsed. Long Guangdao, Master, he has completely lost his will to fight. His defense, power and other attributes are all showing signs of exhaustion now. This is the best opportunity. Master, once we succeed, we must not stop. The moment he reacts, the result. No matter how he looked at it, Long Fei did not have any chance to defeat the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. The difference in power was simply too great. If it wasn't for the fact that Sky Sovereign Hu Wu was a high-ranking magus and had never been defeated and dejected like now, causing his mentality to collapse, Long Fei would never have had a chance. Long Fei nodded and said, Understood, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Long Guangdao replied, Yes, that's what I meant. Whoosh! Long Fei's body moved, the idea shouted, Power of inscription, open! Boom! Long Fei's entire body was covered with inscriptions. With his power being strengthened, Long Fei could clearly feel the power in his body boiling. In that instant, both of his hands tightly gripped onto the ivory sword, releasing the boiling power. The ivory sword immediately ignited into flames. Long Fei shouted out, "A useless trash like you is not worthy of living in this world, go and die." The shadow moved. The distance of a kilometer between them was less than 10% of a second. The ivory sword slashed down mercilessly. Walala! From above, a thick wave of energy slashed towards the top of the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu's head. This slash was Long Fei's full strength. As long as this sword strike did any damage, Long Fei would have a chance to kill the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. But, just as the ivory divine sword was about to slash down on the top of the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu's head, the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu suddenly raised his head and shifted his gaze. It became another pair of eyes. He had turned into a tiger's eye. The aura on his body also transformed in an instant, as if he had become a different person in an instant. His eyes were abnormally cold, like a fierce tiger staring at its prey, and his gaze was incomparably cold. Seeing this gaze, Long Fei's heart trembled and subconsciously shouted, "Damn it!" Long Quang also immediately reminded him, "Master, this is bad, quickly retreat." However, it was already too late to retreat at this time. Too late. Moreover, he had already reached this point. This slash had to continue. Flower Fairy said, "Little Green." Green also understood immediately, "Heavenly leaves." Rumble. The sword slashed down. When the power exploded out, the powerful shockwave caused the area within millions of kilometers to rumble incessantly. The entire northern region of Mu Clan was flattened. On the other hand, the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu did not move an inch. His cheeks had already turned into the shape of a tiger, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing two long fangs. And above his head, two fingers directly clamped onto the ivory divine sword. Force flew over his scalp, but it didn't hurt a hair on his head. Long Fei's pupils contracted. He wanted to pull out the ivory divine sword, but he could not pull the sword out, as if it was stuck there, and he could not move it at all. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu sneered, "You want to take advantage of my mental breakdown to retaliate against me? Brat, you might not know this, but I am not only in human form. I have beast form, and the strength of human form is not even half of my strength. Do you think you can kill me just because my mind is collapsing? You're overestimating yourself." Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Hu Wu moved his fingers. Clang! The super artifact's ivory sword directly cracked. The dense and powerful force directly shook Long Fei's arm until it seemed to split open. When the sword left his hand, he was sent flying. However, Sky Sovereign Hu Wu did not think about letting Long Fei go. His body sank slightly, so the figure disappeared. Bam! Sky Sovereign Hu Wu appeared in mid-air, his fists forming claws, his body sinking as he rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei's pupils shrank. He had activated his ancient almighty being's cultivation to its limit and wanted to dodge this move using his speed, but he did not dare do it. His body suddenly stopped moving. An enormous purple tattooed tiger king appeared in his sea of consciousness and crushed him, causing him to be unable to move at all. Die! With an angry shout, Emperor Hu Wu's attack fell. Long Fei's body caved in, and like a cannonball, he flew down from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. Rumble! 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 The entire north part of Mu Clan was in ruins as Long Fei lay in the deep pit with his entire body cracked open, as if his body was about to be separated out. It was too hard to bear. No one had thought that Emperor Hu Wu had two forms. No one had thought that Emperor Hu Wu had two forms. Long Fei did not expect this. Even Long Quang didn't expect that, since he was not someone from the time of the Emperor Xian. He had already left the divine space to guard the seal. Thus, he did not know that Emperor Hu Wu had two forms. Moreover, it was still in beast form, and the power of this form was more brutal and powerful. At the beginning, when he sensed that Empyrean Tiger Wu was nearly perfect, he thought that it was because his state of mind was unstable. But now, Empyrean Tiger Wu was already in the perfect realm. No flaws could be found. Most importantly, Long Fei's cultivation level was just too low. Even if he had just broken through to the ancient Supreme Elder realm, his cultivation was still not enough in front of the ultimate supreme powerhouse and facing the peak of martial arts. Long Fei was in so much pain that he could not breathe. His health point fell with a swoosh swoosh. It was about to come to an end. At this moment, Long Fei did not even have the strength to speak or order from the idea, let alone take a healing pill. He was waiting for death. There was nothing to be done. However, "Master, don't worry. I'll save you." As soon as she finished speaking, an enormous tree branch covered Long Fei's entire body at this moment. Ding! System notification. Health point plus 1,000,000 points. Schwa! In the blink of an eye, his originally exhausted health point had returned to its full state, and his fracturing wounds had quickly healed. The pain had also disappeared in an instant. Bam! Long Fei stood up and said in his heart, "Little Green, thank you. How many times more can you use this power?" Xiao Lu said, "Master, I at most can release it once." Her voice was weak. The Tong Tian Vine's attribute was power of regeneration, so the spirit liquid could help Long Fei recover 10,000 points of health point. This kind of huge Tong Tian Vine leaf, on the other hand, had an enormous amount of power, directly adding 1,000,000 points of health point. It could even be said that it had revived instantly. However, this would cause enormous damage to Little Green. This was equivalent to using her profound spirit chi to save Long Fei, which was her limit every time she used this skill. If she used it again, she would not be able to keep her life. Long Fei could also tell that if she used it again, she definitely wouldn't be able to take it. And then, "We can't do this anymore." Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu looked at Long Fei. In the air, his hair had turned purple and the aura he emitted was that of a wild beast. It was incomparably savage. Seeing Long Fei fully revived, the Sky Sovereign of Tigers did not show any displeasure at all. Instead, he gave a cold laugh and said, "Long Baishan's power is really out of the ordinary, not even dying like this." "Sure. This is even more interesting. It's been a long time since I've entered the beast transmogrification state. Kid, I hope you can hold on and let me play a few more times." "Heh heh." Long Fei roared out, "Play with your mother, let's see who plays who." Motherf ****. After being tormented for 3 minutes, Long Fei's heart was filled with rage. Sky Sovereign Hu Wu had never been in such a sorry state before. He had never been tormented like this before either. Since there were 2 forms, since it was perfect to the point of being invulnerable, there were no flaws in it. Then crush. The idea entered the star relate to Dantian. Long Quang immediately became nervous and said, "Master, you haven't completely grasped the power of your pubes. If you recklessly circulate the power of your pubes, it will bring you unpredictable consequences." Long Fei said, "Is there any other way? If not, then please shut up." With his rage, Long Fei did not care anymore. Even though, the last time he killed undead ghost in the deep mountains, he was almost counterattacked by the power of the pubes. Furthermore, the Sky Sovereign Tiger Wu had made him extremely unhappy, even more so than the Undead Lord. He just didn't like it. Amongst the pubes, Long Fei's idea released the power of an ancient almighty realm. Immediately, in an instant, a ray of light exploded inside the pubes. He could already sense the plane of power that was completely exhausted from the primordial era. The power of an ancient supreme existence was not enough to kill Empyrean Hu Wu? That was because the ancient powers realm was not strong enough. If all the powers of a single plane were to be gathered together, it was like a god-slaying cannon that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Can't kill? It doesn't exist. However, when Long Fei felt the power of the light from the pubes, his body started to tremble. His strength was too strong. The Sky Sovereign gave a cold laugh and said, "You overestimate yourself. I'll let you experience the power of the first beast form of the divine space." Rumble! His figure disappeared into thin air. Boom! He landed on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Long Fei. He slashed downwards, aiming at Long Fei's chest. Hunting. Cut! It was a beast transformation cultivation technique. To Empyrean Huwu, this was also an instant kill cultivation technique. This move had never failed before. Even someone like Undead Lord, who was at the ultimate great complete realm, could be killed with this move. His two claws moved at the same time as they slashed down. Crossing their legs, they were trying to dismember Long Fei's body. "Master! My lord! Master! Brat, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and run!" A few voices came out from Long Fei's body. Even the dragon scales that had disappeared from Long Fei's mind trembled slightly, and he broke out in a cold sweat for Long Fei. Dragon's squamous boundary was not released. The dragon's power had followed Long Fei for a long time. He was very clear about Long Fei's personality. The more dangerous the moment, the calmer he would be. The more time like this came, the more it would unleash his potential. He trusted Long Fei. If he died here, then he wouldn't be the person Long Batian chose to fight. Thus, the dragon's squamous boundary did not move, but waited quietly. Buzz! Long Fei's pubes released a buzzing sound, then he raised his eyes. His eyes turned golden, as if he had become a different person. The Sky Sovereign was stunned. "Could it be that you have two forms as well?" "No, that's not right. This is not a beast transformation." "Ah!" Long Fei roared, the power within the pubes erupted out, causing a strong light to envelop him. It instantly enveloped Empyrean Huwu. After sensing it for a moment, the great Sky Sovereign gave a cold snort. "What power do I have?" "So it's just the power of an ancient Supreme Elder. With this level of power, can you kill me?" "Ha ha ha! Brat, you!" Without waiting for him to finish, his pupils suddenly changed and his face became extremely pale. Boom! The claws on his claws shattered. Boom! A thick layer of tiger skin on his body tore apart. Boom! If the power of a plane were to explode out, how tyrannical would it be? If the power of a plane were to explode out, how tyrannical would it be? A bit of an ancient Supreme Realm cultivator could not hurt you. 1,000 points of injury, 1,000 points of injury, or 1,000 points of injury, but 1,000,000, 100,000,000, a trillion? How terrifying was this power? It was hard to imagine. Long Fei's pubes hid countless dimensions, and the power of his realm corresponded to one plane. Once a link was formed, it could burst the power of one plane out. As for this power, Long Fei could not completely control it. When it erupted, Empyrean Huwu felt death approaching. He was enveloped by the powerful light, his body trembling uncontrollably. His entire body seemed to be cracking. Not only that, his beast form disappeared and returned to human form. His clothes were torn as well. All the holy source on his body had been squeezed out. They continued to howl in pain. A long gash appeared on the top of his head as he started bleeding. This was an explosive display of damage. Similarly, Long Fei was also under great threat, but when he saw the gash on the head of the Sky Sovereign, he did not care as much. "Aren't you awesome? Don't you have two forms? Come on. One more to show lousy. Come on." Long Fei seemed to have gone insane. Empyrean Huwu crossed his arms in front of his chest, causing the flesh on his arms to crack and fall off. In the blink of an eye, only 2 white bones remained. His hair rapidly dried up and turned white. "Ah, big brother! Big brother! I can't take it anymore. At this moment, only his elder brother was able to save him. As soon as he cried for help, buzz! The void flashed, and the space became distorted, as if it was a transparent object moving. Shwa! A powerful force directly dragged Empyrean who, causing him to be sent flying. At the same time, he exerted pressure. In the sky, a beam of starlight heavily shot out, enveloping Long Fei. Long Fei's body sank. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground. His body felt like it was pierced by 10,000 swords, and he could not exert even the slightest bit of power. However, the energy in his pubes also disappeared. The light faded and the energy immediately dissipated. The skill was interrupted. Long Fei was not being counter-devoured by the pubes, and similarly, he was not killing Sky Sovereign Hu Wu with that power, but it was just that. If he was given another second, the little amount of blood on Empyrean Hu Wu's head would explode. Boom! Space distorted, and directly landed in front of Long Fei. Long Fei couldn't see him. However, he could feel that his existence was extremely powerful, so powerful that Long Fei could not even sense his presence. Long Guangdao. Master, this person possesses the power of the stars. He used the power of the stars just now. Long Fei stared at one spot and said, all three heavenly sovereigns of Xians are here. The space warped slightly, then a middle-aged man walked out. His face was ice-cold, like a cold blade, his eyes staring straight at Long Fei, and said, you are amazing, but you are truly amazing. This is all you can do. Hand over Long Baishan's power. This man was Sky Sovereign Pajun. He was the head of the three great Empyreans, and was only second to Emperor Xian in terms of strength. Long Fei was simply unable to sense the aura that was being emitted by his body, because the difference between the two was simply too great, so great that it was unimaginable. Long Fei said, you want it? Come on, you have the ability to kill me. If you kill me, you'll get it. As Long Fei spoke, he looked at the trembling Sky Sovereign Hu Wu, who was not far away, only a little bit of health remaining. This guy was also a boss. Now that the boss only had a little HP left, Long Fei was not willing to let it go if it did not kill him. However, right now, he could not move. He could not walk to the side of Empyrean Hu. Furthermore, there was still the Sky Sovereign Pajun in front of him, who was even more powerful than the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. Not to mention leaving, Long Fei could not even release a little of his power right now. Can't kill? Sky Sovereign Pajun said, Brat, do you think I will believe what you say? Long Baishan's power is in your body. If you die, his power will disappear along with you. And the power you released just now should be his. To be able to injure Empyrean Hu Wu to such an extent, you definitely cannot do it, you can only do it with Long Baishan's power. Sky Sovereign Pajun scanned Long Fei with his eyes. He was searching Long Fei's body. He was thinking about where Long Baishan's power was in Long Fei's body. Long Fei said, ha ha ha. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. I said, kill me if you can. If you can't, then scram to the side. His aura didn't lessen. Long Fei was probing. He was not probing Sky Sovereign Pajun, but the dragon squamous boundary that was disappearing from his body. Others might not know, but Long Fei was extremely clear of this in his heart. Right now, the only thing that he was related to Long Batian was that piece of dragon's scale. Other than that piece of dragon's scale, Long Fei did not have any other kind of power on his body. Long Lin and Long Fei signed a contract. If Long Fei died, then Long Batian would also fail. Therefore, he would not be able to obtain anything from Long Fei's body. Thus, Long Lin would definitely not let Long Fei die. Sky Sovereign Pajun's gaze turned sinister as displeasure appeared in his eyes. He said, Brat, don't challenge my patience. It would be best for you to hand it over yourself, otherwise, you will end up dying like your father Long Zhanting. Long Fei glared angrily and said, "What did you do to my father?" Comparing the Emperor Xian's dogs with the ones raised by others, what ability does he have to kill me? Using my father's strength to vent his anger and the dragon race's strength, what the hell is he? Long Fei's bottom line. Long Zhanting was kidnapped by the Emperor Xian, so it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Sky Sovereign Pejun suddenly mentioned his father, causing the anger in Long Fei's heart to explode. Broken Army Sky Sovereign sneered, "Your father is living a life worse than death, struggling in the illusions of nightmares day and night. Do you know what it means to have your father die, your son die, your wife die, and your entire family die? Every day, you have to go through different dreams, and every day, you have to watch your loved ones die one by one. You won't be able to experience this kind of feeling, but your father is experiencing it. If you don't want to be like your father, you should obediently hand over your things." Nightmare illusion. The most cruel criminal law of the Xians. Humans are conscious, but they experience this illusion every day. No matter how strong a person's mental strength was, they would not be able to withstand this kind of torture. Long Fei bellowed, "God damn your ancestor!" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei used all his strength to rush forward. The corners of the Sky Sovereign Po Jun's lips curled up as he flicked his finger. "It's better if you kneel on the ground for me." Ah! Long Fei did not dodge, and continued to rush towards Sky Sovereign Po Jun. He was gambling. They were betting on whether the dragon's scale would make a move or not. There was no other way. There was no other way. To Long Fei, there was no way that he could injure the Sky Sovereign of Destruction at this moment. There was no other way, only this one move. If the draconic scales were to attack, he would be able to survive. This way, he knew that Long Batian would definitely not let him die so easily. Who is Long Batian? The #1 powerhouse in Ancient World, and he was still the #1 powerhouse up until now. With his protection, Long Fei would not die. Taking a step back, if Long Lin didn't attack, Long Fei still had another move to take. He still had the Life +1 scroll. If he died, he would be resurrected. It was just that he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. The scroll did not have any description, and Long Fei would only use this scroll if he had no other choice. Furthermore, he might be able to escape this calamity by using this scroll. Therefore, Long Fei made a bet. Sky Sovereign Po Jun's pupils shrank. "You want to die? Then I'll help you." With a slight movement of the energy on the tip of his finger, Zhang Xian felt a slight increase in strength. With a flick, it flew straight towards Long Fei's head. Although it was only a finger attack, it could instantly kill any ancient almighty powerhouse. Long Fei opened his eyes and retracted all the energy in his body. He completely did not have any form of defense. "Master, what are you going to do? Master, what are you doing? Master, do you not want to live? Brat, don't do anything stupid." Be it Dragon Quang, Flower Fairy, Little Green, God's Pavilion, they were all worried about Long Fei. They did not know what Long Fei wanted to do either. If he went up like this, he would clearly be throwing his life away. Did he not want to live anymore? It had to be known that in the Flower Fairy, Little Green and the God's Pavilion had to rely on Long Fei's strength to survive. Long Fei roared angrily in his heart, "Long Batian, you don't want to see me die either? I'm dead, you won't get anything." Ha ha ha! Cold sweat dripped from his palms and from his back. This was a gamble with his life, which was why Long Fei was so crazy. It was very obvious that Dragon Scale was clearly aware of what Long Fei was thinking in his mind. Long Lin knew that Long Fei was betting, but what about it? He was also afraid. What if he really did die? The chance was not ripe yet, it was not ripe in all aspects. If Long Fei died, then everything would be for naught. Thus, the instant Sky Sovereign Po Jun's finger touched Long Fei's forehead. 1. A violent explosion resounded. A piece of golden scales suddenly exploded. Rumble! 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 The scale formed a boundary. The power of the dragon's squamous boundary instantly sent the sky-breaking army lord flying. Sky-breaking army lord's reaction was extremely fast, but even so, it was still too slow. Bang bang bang! After being hit consecutively by the dragon's squamous boundary in midair, blood sprayed wildly and the dozen or so meters of blood on top of his head were quickly reduced. However, it was not cut in half. Long Fei stood in the middle of the boundary, looked at the sky-breaking army senior, and said fiercely, "Pajun, so this is Long Baishan's power. Are we now at Long Baishan's power level? With just you. You still want Long Baishan's power? There's too much of a difference." Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed madly. He won the bet. Long Batian really made his move. Every single dragon scale contained Long Baishan's will, so it could be said that the dragon scale's explosive strength was only Long Baishan's explosive strength. He did not wish for Long Fei to die prematurely now. The things he wanted were not yet right. He himself was the same. However, the moment the dragon's squamous boundary was released, a voice that sounded like glass breaking resounded in Long Fei's mind, and the dragon scales that were floating in his mind started to crack. The crack was deep. Long Baishan's dragon scales cracked? Long Fei muttered, "Damn, Long Batian isn't much either, even his dragon scales are split open." Long Lin's voice sounded. "Brat, since you've used my strength, I might as well tell you this. This dragon scale can only protect you 3 times. And after 3 times? Long Fei asked. Long Lin said, "After 3 times I will shatter." Long Fei laughed. "That's great, I should have used it 3 times in a row, and it would have been better if you had returned to the west earlier." Long Lin said, "Do you think I will disappear after using it 3 times? After 3 times, this piece of dragon's scale will shatter and the contract will end. An item will automatically be reaped from your body." "Harvest early? What do you mean?" Long Fei's heart trembled and said, "Just what do you want from me?" Long Fei really wanted to know. The sooner he knew, the sooner he would be prepared. He didn't want to give even a single hair of what he had on him, let alone any important parts. Long Lin said, "You will know when the time is right. Now you should know my importance. The earlier you use my number, the closer you will be to death." "Understood. All right, there's not much time left. Hurry up and leave." Its energy was limited, so it didn't want to waste it. Moreover, in the middle of the mountain, Long Baishan's physical body consumed a lot of energy. At the same time, Emperor Xian and the black and white emissaries had already arrived by his side. At this moment, Long Batian had to make a choice now. F*CKU, Long Batian, wait for me to kill Emperor Xian, you will be next. Long Fei roared fiercely. The feeling of being manipulated was extremely unpleasant. However, although he was unhappy, Long Fei still did not have the ability to resist. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Dragon's squamous boundary would not be able to hold on for long. He had to leave before Sky-Breaking Army's next wave of attack. Before he left, Long Fei still had one thing to do. Broken Army still has 2/3 of their HP. I can't kill them, but... Long Fei's eyes locked onto the Sky Sovereign Hu Wu. The blood on top of his head was not even close to 100,000 points. As long as the Reaper took over his body, he could be killed instantly. Ding. Target locked. Long Fei moved. Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Destroy. A beam of death energy shot towards Empyrean Hu. In that instant, the death scythe moved, voila. Empyrean Huwu's head was sent flying into the air. He was killed without any resistance. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding. Did you absorb it? God's Pavilion said. Done. Long Fei was not in the mood to watch what Sky Sovereign Hu Wu had to say, but looked at Sky Sovereign Pejun, who was in a daze, and said, "Pejun, go back and tell Emperor Xian to wash his butt and wait. This old man will soon finish off his entire Xian nationality, and you too. Ha ha ha. I won't play with you today, I'll leave first. Ha ha ha." Long Fei laughed crazily, the idea moved, space technique move. Schwa! His figure disappeared. Had already disappeared with a single step, and because of the relationship with the dragon's squamous boundary, he was unable to sense Long Fei's aura at all. He left just like that. Sky Sovereign Pejun let out a hysterical roar. At the same time. Rumble. Amidst the secret world of the ancient Ashura abyss, Zhou Shan started to move. Long Beixian's body suddenly stood up. Emperor Xian was immediately scared pale white. The surrounding mountains trembled, the world became chaotic, the laws of nature became chaotic, and the holy source crumbled. It was as if space itself had collapsed. The surrounding mountains trembled, the world became chaotic, the laws of nature became chaotic, and the holy source crumbled. It was as if space itself had collapsed. Emperor Xian couldn't even stand steadily. The black and white emissaries' expressions also changed. The three of them looked at Long Batian, who had suddenly stood up. A giant that was 1,000 meters tall. A purplish gold armor shone with a dark light. Every part of his body was emitting an incomparably strong aura of power. Long Batian. Long Batian. Didn't they say that Long Batian is dead? Didn't he fall? What's going on? What the hell is going on? The two emissaries were incomparably terrified. If they knew that Long Batian was still alive, they definitely wouldn't have come to this place. Emperor Xian's eyes tensed up. He had been badly frightened by Long Beixian's sudden action of standing up, and said, "Long Batian has fallen, getting hit by Sky Law. That Sky Law is the repression of boundary stones. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to move. If he is still alive, then it is impossible for the Ming clan to rise to prominence. It is also impossible for my Xian nationality to control the ancient world. No, there must be something wrong." Emperor Xian felt that something was amiss. It was impossible for Long Batian to not die. The dragon race, the Dragon Vein Mountain, was the territory of the Long family. They were destroyed by him, so as a master of the dragon race, Long Batian could not just sit idly by and watch. Whoosh! Emperor Xian's gaze tensed up, his figure moved, and he directly flew out. In the next second, it appeared in the air. Standing in front of Long Batian, Emperor Xian shouted, "Long Batian, are you alive or dead?" Emperor Xian was also a militant. Although he currently controlled the ancient world, and was the strongest person in it, however, he was still not ancient world's #1 powerhouse. Everyone in the divine space would remember that Long Batian was the strongest person in the ancient era. He wanted the title. In his heart, he had always wanted to challenge Long Batian, and now that Long Batian was standing in front of him, his fighting spirit immediately ignited. The aura on his body was also released with incomparable fanaticism. However, Long Batian acted as if he did not hear his words. He closed his eyes and stood quietly, like a gigantic stone pillar. A mountain grew on Long Beixian's back. The mountain was bare, without any flowers or trees, it was just a pitch-black rock. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another two figures descended. Black and white emissaries. The repression of boundary stones is on his back. Emperor Xian, is he dead or alive? Emperor Xian also didn't know, because he couldn't see through the Long Batian in front of him. Adding to the fact that the law here had collapsed, it was like a different world which he wasn't sure if Long Batian was alive or dead. However, Emperor Xian was not afraid. He said solemnly, "Whether he is dead or alive, we will know after testing him." Buzz! The power in his body rumbled. Next, his finger moved and pointed at the sky. The dark sky darkened and thick clouds immediately rose up. From the center of the vortex, a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down. Heavenly Tribulation's stance. Fall. He directly controlled the power of Heavenly Tribulation. The entire ancient world was within his control. He grasped 18,000 Tao principles, so it could be said that he was a god in the ancient world, he was an immortal, and he was the ruler of everything. The divine tribulation came crashing down. It directly landed on Long Baishan's head. Rumble! 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 Thunder rumbled, and the entire mountain was enveloped in this thunderous roar. Emperor Xian's gaze tensed up, immovable like a mountain? There were no changes to Long Baishan's body and not a single hair on his head was damaged. It was as if the Emperor Xian's power was completely equivalent to a miss-attack. No, even the English alphabet had no damage. The white emissary said, "His physical body will never be destroyed. The heavenly tribulation will not be able to kill him." The black messenger said, "Long Baishan's physical body was very special back then, even Master was unable to kill him. I heard Master say that his physical body possessed a special kind of power. From the looks of it, this power didn't disappear just like that after he died. Instead, it remained on his body. The number one powerhouse in the ancient times. The number one person in ancient world. He had dominated the ancient world for who knows how many years, just like a true tyrant. How could his body be so easily destroyed? If a single heavenly tribulation was enough to destroy him, then he wouldn't be Long Batian. That year, outer space powerhouse had invaded and faced the power of an alien. It was unknown how many powerful attacks his body had withstood, but he did not die. On the contrary, he used the outer space powerhouse's power to temper his own body in front of this piece of special material, creating this unrivaled body. Emperor Xian squinted. An indestructible body? Humph. So what if it's not destroyed? He doesn't have any aura on him, and his people are all dead. Even if he never dies today, I will destroy him. If it couldn't even destroy the physical body, then what if it was Long Baishan's opponent? If the Emperor Xian wanted to become the realm master of the ancient world, he had to jump over to the mountain that was Long Batian. Sky Realm Mysterious Flame. Get out! Emperor Xian formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly the space between his eyebrows split apart. Flames gushed out. The profound fire moved, and directly rushed towards Long Baishan's body. The flames surged, enveloping Long Baishan's body. White Emissary was slightly surprised. "Brother Xian, I didn't think you would have such a treasure from the higher planes." Emperor Xian did not speak. Back then, when the foreign lands invaded, many outer space powerhouse died. The mysterious flames of the realm of Flame Heaven was something that he had obtained through a lucky chance. Since the power of the ancient code, the power of heavenly tribulation, was not able to kill Long Batian, he would use this sky realm profound flame. It could burn everything. The profound fire from the heavenly region crazily ignited on Long Baishan's body, and the flames completely engulfed his entire body. The Emperor Xian revealed a proud look. There isn't anything that has been burnt to ashes by the sky realm's profound flames yet, it's just that. Emissaries, can the repression of boundary stones withstand it? Black Messenger smiled. You can be at ease with this. Forget about sky region profound flames. Even the highest level of power cannot harm repression of boundary stones. It is not an ordinary thing. Repression of boundary stones were naturally not ordinary. If it was an ordinary item, then his master wouldn't want it either. Emperor Xian laughed. All right then. Burn. With anger between his eyebrows, the power of the profound fire grew even stronger. Long Batian, you are already dead. Since you are already dead, why did you leave your corpse behind? You still want to regain control over the ancient world? You are history. This world is no longer yours, and your dragon race no longer exists. Emperor Xian laughed coldly. Flames covered the sky. Half an hour later, the celestial realm's profound flames retreated. Long Batian was perfectly fine. Not even a strand of hair was burnt. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Xian was speechless. He knew better than anyone else how strong the power of the sky realm profound fire was. There was not a single person from the divine space who could block this move. But now, not even a corpse. How strong was Long Batian? Emperor Xian was a little confused. He believed that there was no one stronger than him in the divine space. Even if Long Batian was still alive, he was confident that he could win. He can't even destroy a corpse now. If he couldn't even injure Long Batian's body, how strong was Long Batian when he was still alive? He had stepped into the realm of ancient powers 1.5 months ago. He established the Dragon Clan with one hand, to become the #1 powerhouse, and even, he simply disdained controlling the laws. Enemies from other realms invaded. Although the entire divine space had participated in this defense battle, however, he was the only one that truly worked. The outer space powerhouse was almost blocked by him alone. He forcefully chased them out of the ancient world, whether it was seal or killing them. But why did Sky Law suddenly come down? The repression of boundary stones came from the heavens and directly smashed into his body, then directly fell to the ground. Furthermore, he had already known everything since a long time ago, so he directly entered the Ashura's abyss to wait. Was such a powerhouse really willing to die? This was not what the Emperor Xian was concerned about. Right now, he was feeling very unhappy, clenching his fists tightly. In front of the black and white emissaries, he really had no face at all. Black Messenger laughed. Emperor Xian, it seems that your sky realm profound fire is also not good. I'll see how it goes, said the white emissary. We did not come here to exterminate Long Batian's body. Clearly, he is already dead, and will not fight with you for the position of Ancient World's Sector Lord. Even if he is still alive, his master will support you. Emissary Bai took a step forward and said lightly, Our goal this time is the repression of boundary stones. In the next second, he appeared in front of the repression of boundary stones that was like a mountain peak. The black messenger also took a step forward and landed beside the white emissary. Emperor Xian looked at Long Batian, who had his eyes closed, and said indifferently, You are already dead, the current world is my world. Finished. He also flew to the side of the two emissaries. On top of a mountain on Long Batian's back, an incomparably precipitous mountain peak was like a sharp rock. This was the repression of boundary stones. There was no aura at all from the repression of boundary stones. It was just like a slightly larger rock. A small hole was missing in the top of the rock. To repression of boundary stones that were the size of a mountain peak, a small opening was actually the size of a square stamp. It's a little incomplete. The white emissary also saw it and said, Why did the repression of boundary stones shatter? I've never heard of it. Black Messenger said, Maybe this one is different. OL White, let's not waste any more time. Let's make our move. Master is still waiting for us to return. The white messenger nodded, Yes. The two emissaries' figures moved, transforming into black and white rays of light. They landed at the two sides of the repression of boundary stones, the two of them forming a seal at the same time. He muttered to himself, and then, the veins on their foreheads bulged, and the energy on their bodies intertwined to form a net that started to densely pack together, covering the entire body of the repression of boundary stones. After doing all this, both of them shouted at the same time, Rise! Swish! The repression of boundary stones moved. In that instant, Zhou Shan started to tremble violently, and this trembling quickly spread out. Even the Ashura abyss was trembling. It spread outwards. The primordial chaos began to tremble. Dragon Vein Mountain began to tremble. The entire divine space began to tremble, followed closely by the ancient world, then the universal realm, and then… It was as if the flower had bloomed from all four directions. Even the primordial myriad worlds began to tremble in varying degrees. The Emperor Xian controlled all of the power of the ancient code in the ancient world. The power of the ancient code was initially in a mess, but following the shaking of the repression of boundary stones, the power of the ancient code continuously disappeared. It was as if a huge black hole had appeared and crazily devoured everything. His strength was completely out of his control. Emperor Xian's brows tightened and said, "Emissaries, will this repression of boundary stones really be okay?" Black Messenger stared at him and said, "Emperor Xian, what's wrong? Do you still want to disobey Master's orders?" Emperor Xian immediately said, "I don't dare, I'm just worried." The White Envoy also asked, "What do you have to worry about?" Not giving Emperor Xian any face at all. Emperor Xian also did not say anything. He was very clear about how terrifying that master was. No, it couldn't be described as terrifying. It was simply demonic. In front of him, the Emperor Xian was as small as a speck of dust. The worlds of the other realms were simply too strong, and a small ancient world like him could only be considered a middle plane. He was truly an overpowered big boss, an existence that he could not afford to offend. "Rise again!" The black and white emissaries shouted again. Rumble! Walala! The repression of boundary stones that was stabbed into Long Baishan's body was pulled out. It was incomparably sharp. The two emissaries were also dumbfounded. The repression of boundary stones. How could it be so sharp? Just like a sword. No wonder even Long Baishan's eternal body would instantly die. I wonder what kind of person this Long Batian offended? Yeah. This is the first time I've seen someone being tortured like this. The two emissaries chatted for a while. Because the repression of boundary stones was like a tombstone crushing Long Baishan's back. He did not expect it to pierce into his body. What kind of hatred was this? Long Batian had never left the ancient world, and had never entered any foreign lands. Logically speaking, other than repelling the outer space powerhouse's invasion that time, he hadn't offended any other outer space powerhouse. It was unimaginable to be tortured like this. Emperor Xian suddenly thought of a person. Could it be the woman he once liked? Probably not. That woman left the ancient world a long time ago. Emperor Xian did not think too much about it. He didn't care about these things. Rise again. Walala! The entire repression of boundary stones was pulled out. Buzz! The repression of boundary stones shook slightly, and when the two envoys saw the situation, their faces tensed up, and the two of them quickly formed a seal, forming a huge array. Finally, the repression of boundary stones was directly sent into the array. Long Batian, who was originally standing still, swayed. Suddenly, walala! Walala! Its huge body quickly turned into stone, and within a few seconds, it turned into a statue. Bam! The statue shook and fell down, smashing into pieces on the ground, leaving behind no trace of Long Baishan's power. Emperor Xian was startled and said, It shattered just like that?" The white emissary also laughed. "Emperor Xian, it seems that it's not that your foreign profound fire is not powerful, but it's just that Long Batian relied on the power of the repression of boundary stones in order to be eternal and indestructible." Black Messenger laughed. "Ha ha! Emperor Xian, you still have some skill. Otherwise, why would Master choose you?" Emperor Xian's expression was somewhat ugly. However, Long Baishan's stone had been turned into powder, causing him to heave a sigh of relief. "All right. We should go back and report." White Emissary spoke blandly. Black Messenger said, "Old Bai, since the repression of boundary stones is in my hands, I want to go look for that brat. I want to wring that brat's head off." He was talking about Long Fei. Forget it, the greater picture is more important. We should report to the master first. The white emissary wanted to attack Long Fei as well, but he was afraid that his master would punish him. Forget it, the greater picture is more important. We should report to the master first. The white emissary wanted to attack Long Fei as well, but he was afraid that his master would punish him. Emperor Xian laughed. Emissaries, don't worry. Now that the repression of boundary stones is in my possession, I have plenty of time to deal with that brat. I will make him live a life worse than death. With the repression of boundary stones in his hands, he finally had time to deal with Long Fei. As for Long Fei, he had to kill him. The three withdrew. The clouds above the Zhou Mountains were swirling in the air, looking extremely muddle-headed. Suddenly, a purple dragon swooped down, its huge body rolling up and down, lifting Long Baishan's broken statue up into the air. It directly transformed into a purple light and disappeared into the horizon. And then there was Long Fei. The god-living mountain used a spatial technique to escape, flying all the way to the unknown place in the primal chaos mentioned by grandfather. In these few days, his identity was also completely exposed, adding on the fact that he had killed the undead lord, the great sky sovereign Tiger Wu and the Xians. Everyone believed that he was Long Baishan's inheritor. This was the only possibility that he could kill the two great sky sovereigns. Who wouldn't want Long Baishan's power? Whoever obtained it would be able to reach the peak of the realm and become the new #1 powerhouse of the ancient world. They would become the victors of the war for the god of boundary not long after, and become the god of boundary. This was also the reason. The powerhouse tore through the void one after another, killing intent after another fell from the sky. You dog, you want this daddy's life? Wait till this daddy controls the power of the pubes and doesn't want to kill all of you, then this daddy will not be named Long Fei said coldly, and quickly advanced through the void. His identity had already been completely exposed, and the entire divine space, as well as the other families, were all boiling with excitement. The #1 powerhouse of the ancient times, Long Batian. Just these few words alone were enough to make them go crazy. The powerhouse and ancient family of the divine space, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, came out of seclusion and began to crazily chase after him. No matter where Long Fei went, there would always be people slashing through the air and attacking him. But as expected, they were all killed by Long Fei. Master, the only way for us to take another step forward is to enter the Bedlam lands. When that happens, we'll kill them all. Long Quang's voice was ice-cold, his killing intent undiminished. Don't worry, I know my limits. After I finish this wave, I'll enter the Bedlam lands. These are all experience, I can't let them go to waste. Long Fei said. Chase him down? Long Fei had gone through a violent journey, the number of massacres he had experienced was incalculable. Even the gods' tribes' 3 great Empyreans dared to make a move on him, so these so-called ancient families in his eyes were undisguised experience. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void exploded as numerous figures appeared out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, Long Fei is here, Long Baishan's power is mine now. Just you? If you don't know what cultivation you have, how dare you covet a mere ancient era's 3rd rank? F***ck off. You! Everyone who landed were experts of the divine space, with the lowest cultivation level being ancient great masters. Some of them were even at the peak of the ancient supreme realm. Long Fei watched coldly, his killing intent dense. Master, quickly do it. The longer you drag it out, the more people will come chasing after you. Long Quang reminded. Without a super great complete realm expert, even Long Fei would not be in any danger. But he suspected that these were only the vanguard troop. The ancient family had deep roots, and it was impossible for them to not have super great complete realm. I was waiting for them. Since they want to kill me, I will make them tremble in fear. Long Fei disapproved and looked forward. Is that all you guys? Long Fei said. He actually didn't flee? A trivial almighty being, I truly want to know who gave you the courage to be so arrogant. This kind of trash is worthy of Long Baishan's strength? Hand it over, then kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Who knows, I might have shown you a great deal of kindness and let you live." The people of the ancient family laughed crazily. They had thought that the person who had obtained Long Batian was an awesome person. But he didn't expect it to be just an ant in the first level of the ancient times. Smile. Trash. 8 explosion fist. Long Fei immediately made his move, his figure suddenly disappearing, directly appearing in front of them, his fist striking out, directly blowing up their faces. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions disrupted all of his thoughts. A punch to the head, but there was nothing flashy about it. Who's the King Trash? Do you think you can kill your father just to obtain Long Baishan's power? Come on, your father is right here, come kill. Long Fei's eyes were cold, facing these people in front of him. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Ding. Congratulations on killing a Sun family disciple. Rewards: 10,000 experience points, 10,000 holy source points, 1 striking value point. The system beep appeared. Long Fei was too lazy to care about this. This kind of naughty stuff was completely useless to him, even the experience points was too little for him. However, since they dared to chase him down, Long Fei would naturally send them to hell. Kid, you dare to attack? Another disciple of the ancient family spoke with a surprised voice. He never thought that it would be this kind of situation, and it was a one-punch kill. Kill him. An ant wants to turn the sky upside down and kill him. At this time, the people of ancient family stood together on the front lines, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. So much nonsense. Explode for me. Long Fei turned around, locked onto a person and attacked again. Inscriptions appeared on his right arm and in an instant, a terrifying energy exploded from this fist, sweeping in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Long Fei's fists shot out like shadows, striking out 3 times in a row. 3 punches later, the bodies of 3 youths from influential clans exploded as they died. You want to kill me? Do you think that you are worthy of it? Long Fei said indifferently. Ding! Ding! Long Fei locked his gaze on the remaining dozens of people, and his face revealed a trace of insanity. Now it's your turn. Ancient family is just like that, far worse than those few Xian nationality dogs. Long Fei said. These experience points, to his current level of experience, were like a drizzle, completely useless. This kind of person, even if there were tens of thousands of them, would not even be enough for Long Fei to level up. Impudent, he actually dared to slander our family. Everyone join hands and kill him. Our Lin family's elder is about to arrive. Let's see how this trash will die then. My Gu family's general is also on the road. We'll delay him and make him die a graveless death. Long Fei, if you have the guts, wait for my expert to come. At this moment they were terrified. Long Fei was too strong, and could not be used to estimate his realm at all. Like cutting vegetables, the ancient Almighty's punch directly exploded out, causing them to feel cold. Idiot, when Lousy kills people, shouldn't Lousy look at the calendar and divide it into groups of 3, 6, and 9? Don't worry, no matter which family you guys are from, when I return, all of you will be removed from the divine space. Towards his enemies, Long Fei would never be merciful. Since they wanted to kill him, the best response would be to counterattack. Master, I can feel a few powerful auras appearing. Let's finish this quickly. As long as we enter the primal chaos grounds, even ancient family would not be able to find us. Long Quang reminded. Is it finally here? I wonder if these aristocratic families will take on the small boss this time. Long Fei thought. After experiencing the gods' tribe's 3 great Empyreans, Long Fei had a basic understanding of the divine space. Although these families had existed for a long time, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compare to the Xian nationality. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Emperor Xian to become the overlord of the divine space. Long Fei, it's time for you to die. I feel that my clan's powerhouse has arrived. At this time, the Lin family member who was trying to persuade others to attack said with an arrogant expression on his face, as if Long Fei had already caused their Lin family to lose their souls from his punches. Is that so? It's a pity that you can't see it. Long Fei raised his head, and his figure instantly disappeared. No. Save me. The Lin family disciples who spoke were instantly stupefied. They did not expect that Long Fei would kill them as soon as he said he would. Save you, not to mention your Lin family's elders. Even if your Lin family's master were here, I would beat him into a grave. Die. Long Fei did not move, and with a punch, he created a rift in space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Stop. Right at this moment, a pair of gigantic palms appeared in the sky, stirring up the void and smashing down towards Long Fei. A giant, light yellow palm pierced through the barrier of space and descended. A giant, light yellow palm pierced through the barrier of space and descended. The entire space rumbled. It's good that you dare to kill members of my Lin clan. This old man shall decide on your doghead. A voice descended from the sky with boundless rage. Elder, haha, my Lin family's elder has come. There is no need to die. Long Fei, you trash, just you wait to die. The eyes of the Lin clan disciples glimmered with hope, as if they had been granted amnesty. Long Fei did not move towards the gigantic palm that was descending. He seemed to not have heard anything. Save you? For the people I want to kill, not to mention the peak of the ancient era, even if God himself were to come, it would be of no use. Long Fei's body moved forward, and his fist descended, directly landing on the face of the Lin family's disciples. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Lin clan disciples were reduced to smithereens. Long Fei, you're courting death. At this moment, the Lin clan's elders had also arrived. Upon seeing that countless disciples of their clan had died, a cold glint flashed across their eyes. There are so many people that want me to die, who do you think you are? Long Fei looked at the Lin family elder and said. But this glance finally allowed a bit of lust to rise in Long Fei's heart. Boss. The boss that was glowing with a faint golden light was at this level. Although it was weaker than the three great sky sovereigns, it was still enough to make Long Fei excited. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right at that moment, the entire space started to shake as several figures descended from the sky. Furthermore, their cultivations were not weak. Both of them had reached the peak realm of an ancient, almighty cultivator. What made Long Fei even more excited was that all of these people carried the light of a boss with them. Although it was not as strong as the Xian Sky Sovereign, it was still a boss. F***ck 8 bosses. Doesn't that mean we can level up today? To Long Fei, there was nothing more important than leveling up. Kill them. We must kill them all. Long Fei's eyes lit up as he looked at the 8. Bastard, you are truly bold. You even dare to kill people from our family. You are truly looking to die. The Long family and Mu family are already homeless dogs. You actually dare to make a move. You really don't know how to write the word die. Long Fei, hand over Long Baishan's power. That kind of thing is not something that a trash like you can have. Hand it over and this old man will let you go. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at Long Fei, filled with desire. Long Fei tightened his chrysanthemum. This kind of gaze made his heart turn cold. F***ck. Why do I feel like the boss in their eyes is trying to kill me? Long Fei thought. Whatever. No matter what, these 8 bosses have to be killed. Dragon Quang, look for the flaw in their strength and kill them in one strike. Long Fei said. Although they had their own trump cards, after all, these were old monsters that had lived in the divine space for tens of thousands of years without falling. They definitely had some methods that could not be underestimated. Master, the powers of these people are extremely strong, almost perfect. If we don't attack them, I can't really say where their weaknesses are. Long Quang replied. In that case, I'll just force them to take action. Long Fei's eyes moved, and he suddenly took a step back. Die. It was impossible to retreat. How could Long Fei be willing to let go of the boss if he did not destroy them in front of him? However, right now, what Long Fei was targeting were these people from influential families. He did not believe that if these people died, these 8 bosses would not get angry. As long as they made a move, it would be his opportunity. Boom, 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 boom. Punches after punches, where Long Fei's fists passed by, space itself exploded. The people at the 2nd and 3rd level of the ancient realm were unable to resist at all, and in an instant, they turned into dust. Ding! Ding! The system kept beeping out notifications. However, Long Fei's attention was focused on the 8 bosses. After all, only the boss could cause Long Fei's heart to become restless. You're courting death. You dare to kill my Gu family's disciple in front of me? I'll send you to your death. The Gu family's war general roared. His fist descended, cutting through the air and striking Long Fei. Master, quickly dodge. This punch contains the power of annihilation. Long Quang's voice sounded anxious. Long Fei did not dare to be careless, it was a boss after all, so he turned and jumped into the air. You want to escape? Impossible. The Gu family's war general sneered and sent out another punch after another. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within a few seconds, the entire space was filled with fist shadows, crisscrossing and finally merging together. Long Fei continuously flew, but in the end, he was unable to dodge this fist. There was no escape, it was as if he had been locked on. Damn, we can't avoid it, right? The power of destruction, right? Let's see if we can destroy the senior Mia. Long Fei's anger rose. Power of inscription. With just a thought, Long Fei's body began to shine with light, and with a series of inscriptions on his body, his aura also doubled, and became extremely powerful. Double strength? Is this the power of Long Batian? That's right, I'll take it. The Gu family general said indifferently. If you want it, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Explode for me. Long Fei also threw out a punch, clashing with the Gu family general's fist. Boom! Long Fei's punch instantly dissipated, the light of the inscription on his arm instantly disappeared, and Long Fei's figure also flew backwards in a flash. Boom! Long Fei's body continued to knock against a few mountains before stopping. The strength in his body had already dispersed and his HP had almost fallen. Little Green. Little Flower said. I've prepared it long ago. Little Green shouted and instantly healed. She gave a mouthful of milk to Long Fei, and her health point frantically recovered. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the Gu family's warrior. He didn't die? Looks like Long Batian's inheritance is indeed with you. However, the more powerful you are, the more I like you. Heaven's severing halberd, attack! With a light shout, the Gu clan general made a grasping motion in the air, and an ancient halberd appeared in his hands. Die! The Gu family general's halberd descended. Master, I have already seen through his weakness in power. That was defense. Although his physical body was powerful, but it was all concentrated in offense. His damage was not any less than powerhouses. However, his defense is only equivalent to the 7th level of the ancient powers. Long Quang's voice came out, carrying a bit of pleasant surprise. Similarly, Long Fei's eyes lit up. Earlier, it was a mistake to clash head-on with this general of the Gu clan. The other party had cultivated the power of attack, so naturally, he would not be able to gain the upper hand against him. Alright, then I'll face you head-on. Body securing curse. Long Fei bellowed, and in that instant, the figure of the Gu family's generals froze on the spot. Impossible, what kind of power is this? Why am I? The Gu family general, who was using the ancient halberd to kill Long Fei, had a face full of disbelief. In that instant, his entire body's strength seemed to be restricted, unable to move at all. 1 second, 2 seconds. Only after a full 2 seconds did the Gu family's generals regain control. However, the figure of Long Fei had long since disappeared from the ground below. Are you looking for me? The Gu family general's expression turned cold. He turned and saw Long Fei right in front of him, looking at him with a face full of ridicule. Explode for me. Long Fei's voice came out, and then he threw out a punch. Long Fei's voice came out, and then he threw out a punch. Not afraid of being arrogant, but afraid of not having any weaknesses. Now that my weakness has been exposed, will I still be afraid of you? Long Fei frantically threw out punches after punches. The Gu family general was directly beaten, and his figure could no longer hold on as he heavily fell onto the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Gu family general was blasted into a deep pit hundreds of meters deep. Go on, go on. If you want to kill Laozi, then wash your ass and wait for your ass to explode. Long Fei looked at the empty air coldly. This was the first time. If there was a boss, they wouldn't fight it. Lin clan elder, Gu clan lord, Zhou clan spiritual immortal. The remaining 7 people had frozen expressions on their faces. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you can take care of the Gu family's generals or us? That's right, Long Fei, this old man advises you to not do whatever it takes to resist. All your struggles are futile, you will only die. Give up struggling. Death is your only outcome. The Lin clan elders and the others spoke in unison, and their faces were ice cold. At this moment, they couldn't help but change their minds. In their eyes, Long Fei, who was at the first level of the ancient realm, was just a complete trash. At most, he was just an ant with biceps. But now, the ants had turned the tables, and even the Gu clan general was being beaten. This caused their hearts to be filled with a desire to kill. Shut up, you bunch of old fogies. Why the hell aren't you being honest and lenient, and instead resist and comply with the rules? Do you think Laozi is a bandit? Long Fei was speechless. In vain? Struggle to the death? Then let's see who died in the end. Cough, cough. The Gu family's general crawled out of the deep hole. His body was already heavily injured, and even his battle armor had fallen off, falling to the ground in pieces. His eyes were extremely cold and full of killing intent. Brat, you've completely angered me. The price for angering me is... just die. The Gu family's generals were emitting a profound light from their bodies. War spirit possession. All right, this time the kid is dead for sure, we don't even need to do anything. You are truly courting death. An ant of the first rank of an ancient elder dares to be so rampant in the divinity? You deserve to die. The eyes of the Lin clan elders relaxed. But a glint appeared in Long Fei's eyes, he grinned, and saliva fell to the ground. F***ck, it mutated. The boss mutated. It's great to be so resistant to beatings. Long Fei watched as the Gu family's general rose from a small, glowing, golden boss to a red name. The stronger the boss, the higher the drop rate. This was the rule of the game. As a veteran gamer, Long Fei couldn't wait for these bosses to all mutate. Ants die for me. Spirit of extermination, fuse. The Gu family's warlord roared in rage, as if he had transformed. It was originally very tall and sturdy, and under the fusion of the war spirit, it was even more so when the blood vein bloomed, turning into a giant that was nearly 10 meters tall. Not only that, but the muscles were also surging out with endless power. Boom! As the halberd swept out, the surrounding area of several miles was immediately submerged by this surging killing intent. Grass and trees withered, mountains and rivers cracked. Boom! Long Fei was immediately sent flying. After the mutation, the strength of the Gu family's general had risen dramatically. This kind of power could easily reach the super-perfect realm. What tremendous power! Most likely, even 2 levels of mastery can't compare to it. My Lin clan's ancestor once said that the Gu clan cannot be easily provoked. Otherwise, if they go berserk, they'll be able to kill people beyond their level. He really is strong. This time, this kid is dead for sure. The spectators all spoke up. Even their scalps were going numb from the Gu family general's explosive attack, let alone a Long Fei. Long Fei's entire person was immediately submerged by the giant boulder. Die, right? This time, this kid will definitely die. Then the next step will be to divide up Long Baishan's power. Humph, your Lin family does not deserve Long Baishan's inheritance. Only our family of the ancient god can have it. Nonsense, our Lin family is the ancient family of the divine space. You want to snatch it from my Lin family? The people from the venerable families of the divine space were already thinking of dividing the spoils. Wait, Elder, it seems like this kid isn't dead yet. A Lin clan disciple opened his mouth, and his throat was twitching. A look of terror appeared on his face. Before his voice fell, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the air as Long Fei, covered in blood, charged out from underneath the boulder. The dry land picked up the green onions and leapt into the air. Long Fei's figure immediately appeared in front of the Gu family general. Just this little bit of strength? Possession of the war spirit? Bullshit. Long Fei's face was sinister. His face was already covered in blood. That burst of power just now was too violent. If not for the critical moment, he might have been instantly killed when he used Death God's possession. Impossible. How could you still be alive? You should have died. You deserve to die. The Gu family general's face was filled with shock. Possession of the war spirit, this was an absolute killing method. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of an ancient power, coupled with the war spirit's possession. He was able to inflict damage that was at the level of perfection. This kind of explosive power was something that not many divine space could resist. Death is impossible. I am invincible here. I'm not afraid to tell you, this is Long Baishan's power. Long Fei said indifferently, with ridicule in his eyes. An undying body, haha, Long Baishan's strength is actually an undying body. Brat, hand it over obediently and I will allow you to soar into the sky in one leap and become the holy general of my Gu family. At that time, your entire divinity will be able to rule over a region. The Gu family general's eyes shone as he looked at Long Fei. Is there something wrong with your head? I am immortal, you can't even beat me to death, yet you want Long Baishan's power? Long Fei continued. What he needed to do now was drag it out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Long Fei did not want to use the rank scroll. As long as he leveled up, everything would naturally be reset. But leveling up meant the elimination of all negative states, which was equivalent to a life-saving opportunity. Long Fei did not want to waste it. And now, with only a few minutes left, it was already early in the morning. When the Empyrean God was going to unleash his full power, everything would be settled. Impudent. Everything that doesn't die is relative. I don't believe that you won't die. The Gu clan general made his move once again, madly brandishing the ancient halberd. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, the time the Grim Reaper had taken over his body had reached its limit. Ding. Death God's possession time countdown. 3, 2, 1. The Death God's possession was over. 1 minute to go. Damn it, I can only take it head-on. The duration of Death's possession was over, but the cooldown for the Fiend God body wasn't over yet. In the future, this Empyrean God madman would still hold himself back. 1 minute was the turning point of Long Fei. As long as he could endure it, all the bosses would become Long Fei's welfare pet. That's not right, Master. His strength is weakening. I thought about it. Although the Gu family's war spirit is unparalleled, it is based on devouring profound qi. Right now, His profound qi is almost all absorbed. At this time, Long Quang suddenly said. Long Fei was startled, and immediately looked towards the Gu family general. The health bar of the Gu family's warlord fell to 0. It went from 0 to only a few million. It could even be said that as Long Fei struck it once, it would instantly explode. You even fucking dare to attack? This won't do. Even if you want to die, you can only die by my hands. Now explode. Long Fei made a move. The level 8 explosion rampaged everywhere. Long Fei made a move. The level 8 explosion rampaged everywhere. He was going to kill this boss. This is so King cool. I thought I was going to be tough, but now I'm just playing myself to death. Long Fei looked at the Gu family general's health bar in his heart, which was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the history of the game, this should be the easiest time to kill a boss. Brat, what are you trying to do? The Gu family general's heart turned cold. Looking at Long Fei, who was just inches away from him, the halberd in his hand started to reverse. What is it? Of course it's you. Long Fei simply did not resist. He was certain that the current general of the Gu family would not be able to unleash too much power. But right at this moment, a huge palm descended. Brat, go and die. Do you really think we won't know that you're dead so we can obtain Long Baishan's power? At this moment, a change occurred. The Lin clan's elder suddenly made his move. Boom. Long Fei was smashed down with a single palm strike, and like a mountain of 5 fingers, it pressed Long Fei deep into the ground. Ding. Player's health point is too low. Ding. Player's health point is too low. Ding. Player's health point is too low. The system flashed once, and his entire body turned into a red screen, flashing non-stop in Long Fei's mind. Little green, heal. Long Fei said. At this time, Long Fei did not hesitate at all. He took a look at the system interface. There were only a few dozen seconds left until the cooldown time for the God of Heaven fanatics was up. He knew that the requirements to use the sky-piercing leaf were very harsh. With Green's current power, he could only use it twice a day. Otherwise, the sky-piercing leaf would fall apart. But now, he needed strength. Time required. Only by blowing up the general in front of him would he be able to drag out the time until the cooldown of the heavenly god ferocious beast was over. Alright. Little Green casted a spell. The treading through the sky vast leaf's light flashed, and a jade green light enveloped Long Fei. In just an instant the light disappeared. Long Fei was fully recovered. Impossible, that immortal aura on your body has clearly disappeared. How can it still be alive? The Lin family elders were all shocked beyond belief. Their cultivation realms had already reached the peak of an ancient supreme elder. She was very clear about the change in Long Fei's aura. The undying aura around Long Fei's body was extremely strange, but it had already disappeared the moment he attacked. But now, not only was Long Fei not dead, his strength had reached its peak. Old dog, if you want to die, don't be in such a hurry. After I kill the Gu family's boss, it'll be your turn. Long Fei then disappeared again. With 1,000,000 HP, the injuries on Long Fei's body immediately disappeared. Power of Inscription. God Curse. Swish. A ray of light scattered, and the Gu family's general was immediately aggrieved. The same feeling once again descended upon him. He could no longer move, as if he was imprisoned. Even the war spirit was tightly locked within his body. 1 second, 2 seconds. It was the same for 2 seconds. But when the Gu family's warlord regained control of his body, the fear on his face didn't disappear. Instead, it was replaced with despair. Long Fei had already arrived in front of him. No, don't kill me. I am a general of the Gu family. If you kill me, you will become enemies with the entire Gu family. Right now, he felt that he was facing death. As Long Fei's fist fell on him, he would definitely die. Begging for mercy? Are you begging for mercy now? What did you do when you chased me for thousands of miles? Explode for me. Without waiting for an explanation, Long Fei's fist fell. The Gu family general, as well as the war spirit in his body, were all smashed into smithereens with a single punch. Silence. A deathly silence. Silence became the only style in the world. The Gu family's generals were scared out of their wits. Ding! Long Fei's eyes were calm as he enjoyed the impact of the system beep. Ring, ring, ravage me to your heart's content. Long Fei liked the sound of the system the most, so he was a little expectant. After all, it was a mutated boss. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Gu family's general. You have obtained 100 million experience points, 1 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for obtaining the ancient halberd. The system notification sounded. Even the ancient halberd was dropped? A mutated boss is a mutated boss. Long Fei immediately opened the system's page, looking through them one by one. Weapon, halberd. Rank, super artifact, attributes. Kill, destroy, description. A soldier from the Gu clan, once died in blood with millions of people. After reading the description, Long Fei was excited. Vicious soldier, kill millions of people, such a brutal weapon. After the ivory divine sword had been destroyed by the celestial lord Hu Wu, there was no weapon that could support him and allow him to use the heavenly god ferocious art. It just so happened that he had dropped the ancient halberd, so he could use it. Long Fei thought about how there were no restrictions on the usage of divine berserk. The only thing he was unhappy about was that his use of the halberd had never been touched. Ding, system prompt. Do you wish to release striking value? At this moment, a system prompt appeared. I almost forgot that there's still striking value. Release, I must release it. Long Fei said without hesitation. It was a mutated boss after all. If he used his striking value, he might be able to give out a special reward from the system. Will there be another level scroll? If it really doesn't work, then a life scroll is fine too. These are all life-saving trump cards. Long Fei thought as his eyes focused on the system interface. Ding! Congratulations player, the ancient halberd has fused with the berserk energy and evolved into a heaven-revolving murderer. Long Fei was startled. Evolved? System, I love you so much. Is it really that human? Wait, why is it a poker? System, are you F***king playing me? Is this evolution? Did you devour my striking value? Long Fei roared angrily in his heart, but he did not delay any further. Weapon, Heaven Revolving Murderer. Rank, Super Artifact Plus. Attributes, Kill, Special Skill, Space of Slaughter. Within range, the more people you kill, the more powerful it will be. Description, the form can be changed according to players' wishes. Long Fei was excited. This was too F***king crazy. Although he did not get any special rewards, this alone had already made Long Fei happy. A big killing weapon. After this, the second monster would level up and become a holy artifact. Long Fei took out his great killing weapon and stood in mid-air, looking at the rest of the people. Dead, the Gu family's general is dead, just like that. S strength is simply too strong. We are going to join forces. Right, I don't believe that he can be a match for us. At this moment, the Lin family elders and the Gu family's spiritual gods all spoke up. Even if the Gu family's war general died, it wouldn't make them retreat. Long Baishan's power was simply too enticing. Especially now, when Long Fei was only at the first level of the ancient era, he could easily kill a peak-stage capable general of the Gu family. What if it was them? He would probably directly dominate the divine space. What Xian nationality, what Emperor Xian, what aristocratic families, they had all become their servants. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Long Fei. Do you still want to kill me? It just so happens that I can let you guys have a taste of the power of this great killing weapon. Long Fei looked at the time, and saw that it was just past midnight. Ding! Long Fei's figure stood proudly in the air. Long Fei's figure stood proudly in the air. Ding! Heavenly God's Berserk cooldown has ended. Ding! Reaper, 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 cooldown finish. To Long Fei, the crisp sound of the system notification was like the sound of nature. Once the cooldown ended, it meant that the killer moves were ready. Come on, my large saber has long been unable to endure the thirst. TSK, there are still 7 bosses. Long Fei looked at the others. Haha, what is this? It's a killing tool. Whose fire poker is this? How dare you call such a thing a killing machine? Could it be that Long Baishan's power has some sort of funny effect? I can't take it anymore, let me laugh for a while. Otherwise, my state of mind might be unstable. The elders and immortals from the various families laughed wildly. Laugh? All of you will not be able to laugh later. Long Fei disapproved, holding onto the burning fire rod. With a thought, it turned into a large circular blade. At the same time, a classic flashed across Long Fei's mind. What kind of a blade is this? God of Heaven Berserk Chop! Long Fei made a move, and the God of Heaven Frenzy was activated. He wanted to use consecutive slashes. Even the undead lord was feeling bitter under the power of the crazy god, so it was even more so when he saw these arrogant things in front of him. Ding! Locked target. Rumble! The Lin clan's elder was laughing maniacally, but before he could stop, his expression froze. His laughter was too crazed, so much so that his expression was somewhat conflicted. At this moment, killing intent descended and a saber light flashed. Before he could retract his smile, it froze and turned into his last expression before his death. Ka! Asterisk as the saber landed, the head of the Lin clan elder fell to the ground as his soul perished. He was as dead as he could be. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Lin family elder. You have obtained 100 million experience points, 1 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations to player on obtaining Lin family's world exterminating fist. Would you like to learn it? A Lin clan elder was after all a boss. Even though it wasn't a big one, it still gave a lot of EXP. World exterminating fist? Cultivate. Long Fei did not consider it. Just a moment ago, when the Lin clan's elders made a move, the powerful group of elders could be considered as a form of support for the current him. Ding! Congratulations player on practicing World Exterminating Fist. Current level 0/100000000. World Exterminating Fist. Super God level. Description: one punch to destroy the world, killing gods and slaughter immortals. If we train to the pinnacle, we will be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, as well as the plane of existence. Looking at the description, Long Fei couldn't help but suspect if the berserk point had yet to pass. Before, he had used a powerful killing weapon, but now, he had used a fist technique that could penetrate dimensions. It was simply too exciting. What a piece of trash, guarding such a powerful inheritance, yet not having done anything to the Emperor Xian. Long Fei felt disdain for them, but after thinking about it, these ancient families really did have some background. Involuntarily, Long Fei was filled with anticipation towards the remaining few people. God of Heaven Berserk Behead. Ding! Target locked. Boom! The long saber, Batian, directly split the sky into 2 and fell down with a loud bang. No! The Gu family's immortal spirit roared loudly, but the final result was still unavoidable. Once an Empyrean god appeared, he would definitely die. They might have their own methods, but how could they be stronger than the Undead Lord? Killing Undead Lord required 6 consecutive slashes, but killing them was enough with a single slash. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Gu family's spiritual immortal. The reward is 100 million experience points, 100 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player for clearing the boss consecutively, you have received a special reward from the system. The reward is 1 lottery. Long Fei was startled and immediately laughed out loud. F***ck, I knew that today's Berserk battle might not be over yet. You can keep your chances at the lottery. It might even drop something good. Long Fei thought and retracted his thoughts. There are 4 more. Are you ready? Long Fei looked into the sky, his expression calm. However, his eyes were still burning with fervor. These were all bosses. He had already seen them before and was only 5 billion away from leveling up. If he killed these bosses, he would be on the verge of reaching the next level. When that time came, there would be another method in the unknown. No, that's impossible. How could you possibly possess such a method? You are only a mere first-stage ancient almighty being. How can you kill all of them in one go? I am a powerhouse at the peak of the realm. Not good, retreat. Inform the clan and use your strongest power to hunt him down. We must not let him live. The remaining few almighty members of the Song clan, Zhou clan, Qin clan, and Feng clan, at this moment, no longer had the courage to linger around. Long Fei was now like a god of death. They would only stay for a second, which would decrease their chances of survival. In the face of life and death, whatever Long Batian or the strongest power from the ancient times, they were all bullshit. With his life gone, who would he give his strength to? Whoosh 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 whoosh. The few of them had reached a mutual understanding, instantly forming a united front and drilling into the void. If you want to run now, can you still run? God of Heaven Berserk behead. Boom! A single slash pierced through the void, followed by a stream of divine blood. The Song family's almighty expert had died. 10 seconds later. God of Heaven Berserk behead. The system did not make any prompts, so Linfen was too lazy to pay attention to it. With regards to the God of Heaven madman's confidence in absolute victory, all of them had been locked on, and the moment they had attacked, Long Fei had already locked on to them. Up until now, there had been no one who had escaped the locked down by the system. No! A blood-curdling screech rang out, and then there was no more sound. The mighty leader of the Zhou family had died. God of Heaven Berserk behead. Boom! God of Heaven madman, my final slash. Rumble. Although they were separated by 10,000 li, traversing through space, their fates remained the same in the end. They didn't even have the chance to plead for mercy, and were directly beheaded. Ding! 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 The system rang out 4 times in a row. 4 billion experience directly poured into the system. The EXP bar had already reached its peak. As long as he killed another boss, he would be able to level up. However, these few people did not reveal any more. It seemed that the system felt that Long Fei's receipt was too big today, and wanted to maintain the balance. Long Fei did not mind. He was going to enter the unknown land of primal chaos anyway. After taking care of the few people, the rest of the clan disciples that came to chase them had already lost their souls. They never would have thought that they would end up being killed in the end after a chase. Even the elder who was so arrogant and omnipotent in their eyes was killed in an instant. Don't kill me, I was forced. Boom! Long Fei punched out. Are you begging for mercy now? Where did he go? It must be great to be chasing me, right? You guys are chasing? Come. You're still here? Beep beep? Didn't I die? Who's dead now? Long Fei punched them one by one, harvesting them crazily. Although he didn't have much experience, the mosquito's legs were still meat. Furthermore, they were the ones who had come to kill him. As such, the only thing that awaited them was death. Master, you can leave now. I sense that there are still countless figures hidden in the darkness. Some of their auras are extremely powerful and have already reached the superperfect realm. They might not even be able to last longer than Undead Lord. Long Quang reminded. Alright, I know. Long Fei replied, then followed his grandfather's instructions, before leaping into the air and disappearing without a trace. The sky was dark. The sky was dark. The sun and moon did not appear, and the stars did not appear. It was like a hell, devoid of any light. In the middle of the darkness, in the midst of nothingness, the 8 heaven pillars suddenly started to sway, as if they would collapse in the next moment. Boss, it's the boss aura. Brother Yuan Ba, you felt it too? The boss is here, the boss is finally here. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for our mission, I would have gone out to follow boss in this world. Don't worry, there will be a chance, but not now. Yeah, we've already waited for so long, so we don't need this bit of time. Just wait. 8 King Kong. Holy King Kong, Yuling Guardian Warrior, Sword Force King Kong. These 8 pillars stood tall in an unknown region of primal chaos. They were waiting for Long Fei to arrive. Li Yuanba had already woken up, but he did not go see Long Fei. Instead, he returned to the Heaven Pillar S to wait, because this was a type of arrangement. No matter what they did, Long Fei would still come here in the end. In another part of this chaotic world, an enraged roar suddenly appeared. Long Quang, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Is this what you told me? Is this the King's safety you told me? Long Fei roared, expressing deep contempt for Long Quang. Entering this place was the same as returning home. Long Fei would never take the risk, even if he had to travel for a few more days. He would follow the route which his grandfather had given him. It's been too long. Perhaps the unknown region has changed as well. However, the most important thing right now is to solve this current crisis. Long Quang muttered softly, feeling weak in his heart. Originally, they had escaped a wave of pursuit from the divine space and hurried towards this unknown region of primal chaos. But Long Quang was afraid of getting into trouble, so he pointed out another space node and went straight to the Bedlam lands. That was the reason for the current scene. TSK, a new person is here? However, the weak one was truly pitiful. A mere first-rank ancient cultivator, what qualifications does he have to enter this place? Not necessarily. Perhaps he is just a cultivator that has broken into the space node. Haha, but it is truly pitifully weak. With this sort of cultivation, one does not even have the qualifications to be a tooth pendant. But at least it's better than nothing. It's the old rule that whoever lands in front of the gate gets it. At this moment, conversations began to break out. These people had extremely charming chi, just their words alone made Long Fei feel gloomy. So powerful! Their cultivations are all at the super great perfection stage. Long Fei was shocked. He immediately used his power, wanting to see what would happen. However, this place seemed to have a special kind of suppression. It was as if the entire area had been lifted up by the seal, causing him to be unable to see anything. The seal. No, if this is the seal, then how did I get in? Long Fei thought deeply in his heart as he used all his strength to control his body to stop moving. However, this space was too strange. God curse, stop yourself! Long Fei shouted loudly. His heart was in a frenzy, as he even used his body securing curse. Ding! Special map, unable to use skill. Death God's possession. Ding! Special map, unable to use skill. World exterminating fist. Ding! Special map, unable to use skill. A hint of panic flashed through Long Fei's heart. This place caused him to be at a loss. Along the way, even if it was a super boss, Long Fei had never cowered before. If he didn't submit, then it would be tough. But right now, Long Fei was simply unable to sense where the enemy was at all, and was simply unable to differentiate which direction was in front of him. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. This won't do. I can't continue like this. The auras from earlier were terrifyingly strong. We can't let nature take its course, or else. Long Fei thought. Little flower, can you feel anything? Long Fei did not give up and asked with expectation. Master, this place doesn't have any plants. I can't sense anything. The flower fairy said with a wrong tone because he did not help Long Fei and instead felt that he was pitiful. As expected, Long Fei's eyes turned cold. He had already guessed the outcome. Even the system had indicated that it was a special map. It was likely that this place was extremely mysterious. Even in an unknown region of the primordial chaos, he was definitely not an ordinary existence. At this time, Long Quang's voice appeared again, but was filled with fear. Master, I think I know what kind of place this is. Long Quang trembled and said, If you know, then say it. Long Fei was a little agitated in his heart. If not for Long Quang, he would never have come to this crappy place. Master, this is a dungeon. Here, countless generations of powerhouse were suppressed, and tens of thousands of powerhouse were included. Also, legend has it that a god of boundary was locked in here. Long Quang hurriedly said. At the end of his words, his voice was barely audible, as if he was afraid of exposing any more of his aura, making it seem more dangerous. Infernal prison? There was such a place in the unknown primordial chaos? Doesn't that mean every person here was once a powerhouse? And there is another god of boundary? What does God of Boundary mean by that? The God of Boundary of the ancient world was once Long Batian, so no one should be able to become the God of Boundary after Long Batian. So what period of time is the God of Boundary a monster in? Long Fei gasped. Even a place like this would be terrifying, needless to say, personally arriving here. As for the few auras he had sensed earlier, Long Fei was even more certain that they were the people imprisoned in this devil prison, who used to be the supreme powerhouse. What should we do? What should he do? Do you have to accept it? Long Fei's mind raced. Not to mention some demon prison, not to mention the powerhouse that was imprisoned for countless of years, even if it was a outer space powerhouse, Long Fei wasn't the slightest bit afraid. At most, he would just go crazy. It wasn't like he hadn't done something crazy. But now, this world was completely unknown. There were some things that one simply could not see, and even he himself did not know what kind of world this was. No, since it's a special map, it must be an instance dungeon. But why didn't the system prompt him? Do you need any special conditions? Long Fei suddenly thought of the system's prompt. Everything was done by the seal, which was impossible to use in this map. As a gamer, Long Fei was naturally clear that he had entered the instance dungeon. Long Fei's heart skipped a beat and checked the system. He saw that the system interface was all gray, with only the lottery window still flickering with red light. Lottery? You don't want this to trigger it, do you? Forget it, just treat it as a living treatment. System lottery, Long Fei said. Would you like to spend a lottery chance to draw? The system asked as usual. Right away, right now. The lottery draw. Long Fei confirmed. Crash. Asterisk. The system's lottery page began to fade as the heavenly treasures described on it suddenly disappeared. Then, the page changed and a pile of things that Long Fei had never heard of appeared. Through heaven's eyes? Observation world heart. Ancient lantern? What the F***ck is this? Long Fei was enraged. This time, the lottery draw made Long Fei feel an abnormal pain in his balls. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes flashed. F***ck, are they really going to draw to open the dungeon? Long Fei was starting to get excited. Ding began the lotter. Whoosh. The wheel of the lottery began to spin, and the needle passed through the eye of heaven. It spun faster and faster, until it completely surpassed the range of Long Fei's perception, and he couldn't even see the path clearly. Finally, the voice of a system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Flames of the World. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Flames of the World. The system's voice appeared. A cluster of flames appeared in front of Long Fei. Flames of the Shining World? Function? Damage? Long Fei looked astonished. All question marks. Is this thing useful? In this space, the unknown terror was everywhere. In addition to the extremely powerful aura that was hidden in the darkness, even the dragon Kuang felt fear. He had been hoping that the system would come up with something special to resolve the current predicament, but he never expected to draw a question mark. Whatever, I can only forcefully drag him into this. System, please don't mess with me this time around. Long Fei made up his mind and directly took out the cluster of flames. Ding! Congratulations player for triggering special task. Save the planar lords. Quest time, 3 years, mission level, SS class. Task reward, 100 million experience points, special once. Mission failed, die. Ding! Does the player accept? The system kept prompting him. Long Fei was startled, as expected. He had triggered a special mission. Fortunately, I'm not wrong. This special instance dungeon had triggered the quest. But to save the Lord of the Plane? Long Fei's mind wavered, thinking back to the tyrannical aura he had felt within the darkness of the unknown. His heart trembled. These existences were extremely powerful, and were all incredibly powerful existences. But now, the system quest had saved them. How powerful would their existence be, and how terrifying would their Tao be? Especially the fact that the punishment for this mission was death, which made Long Fei feel even more depressed. Ding! Player accepts quest. The system's enforcement simply did not give Long Fei the chance to choose a forceful definition. Damn, it's like this again. Since it's a trigger mission, why don't you give me a choice? So whose F*King mission is this? Long Fei secretly cursed in his heart. F*CK. If the system was a girl, I would have definitely smacked you 10,000 times with my whip. Long Fei cursed. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The system was the most important. All objections were useless. Long Fei looked at the cluster of flame in his hand, and his eyes moved slightly. The lottery device triggering a quest was outside of the game's rules. Either this item was the key to the quest, or this quest wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. Boom! At this moment, the flame in his hand suddenly glowed brightly. It turned from a cluster of flames into a torch. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated by the fire, and everything appeared in front of them. Holy shit, this is even more terrifying than hell. The firelight illuminated everything, and in this region, everything was revealed. Dry, rotten bones entering the mountains, the blood river spreading. There was not a single trace of life left in this world. This was simply not an environment in which a single person could live in. In this kind of world, if Long Fei had to endure for half a year, even he would go crazy from apprehension. Light. How is this possible? How is it possible for light to appear in this demon prison? Brat, what is that thing in your hand? Quickly bring it over for me to see. Boy, quickly come over here and give me the thing in your hand, or else I'll kill you. Long Fei's ears instantly transmitted a wave of noise. The entire space seemed to have gone mad. Looking at Long Fei, his face was filled with endless hope. To be exact, she was looking at the torch in Long Fei's hand. Shut up, a group of prisoners. What are you doing trying to be crazy in front of me? You guys can't even break through the cage, and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of Lousy? Kill me. Who the heck said that they wanted to kill me just now? Come out now. Long Fei coldly said with disdain in her eyes. These people were the masters of the plane, and they were his saviors. Since this was saving them, how could they possibly break out of this cage? You! Kid, you are courting death. Watch out for yourself. These people were all powerhouse of the heavens, the former lords of the plane. Now that Long Fei had directly scolded them in pain, it was even more unbearable. Play with fire? Yeah, lousy is King playing with fire right now, why don't you do the same? Long Fei disapproved and walked forward step by step. And what he was walking on was not a road at all. It was an echelon cultivator. It was like a track, marking the sequence and listing them one by one. No wonder I said just now that it would be whoever that walks in front of it. So that's the problem. Long Fei raised the torch and squatted down to study it. There was no sign of a formation in these formations, and they were completely formed from nature itself. It was as if a supreme expert had created it. The path of depravity. Yes, the path of corruption. Each member of the echelon was linked to a cage, and the only way to proceed was to be imprisoned. As for the bones, because they weren't kept in the cage, they were eventually devoured by the echelon cultivators. In other words, the path of the echelon has been completed. Brat, you're about to die. No one can break the path of the echelon. There is no longer any space in this demon prison. If you continue on, you will die soon. You are going to number 4, you will be in front of me soon. When the time comes, I will let you know what it means to want to die rather than to live. Come on, come on. Ancestor, it has been a long time since I have tasted such fresh and tender blood. At the end of the path, the existences in the 4th demon prison began chattering. Long Fei frowned. In this space, all of his strength had already been mobilized by the seal, so he was unable to move at all. Sequence. Since they're in the echelon, it doesn't matter if they're broken. Long Fei looked at the torch in his hand. This is the quest item. Long Fei did not believe that it was only light. Boom! Long Fei immediately held the torch in his hand close to the path of the echelon, and suddenly, something strange happened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as the flames touched the path of the echelon cultivator, the entire path of the echelon shattered, followed by a tremor. A rumbling sound pierced the horizon. It was extremely restless. Even Long Fei could not help but cover his ears. Crack, crack, crack. However, it was at this point that the echelon came to an end. The prison began to collapse. Ha ha, lousy is free, lousy is free. After millions of years, I finally regained my freedom. Brat, your time of death has come. I never would have thought that the torch in your hand would have such power. Hand it over to me and I'll let you die a peaceful death. Die for me. Long Fei was confused. It jumped out? Could it be that this torch was the key? System, you are King messing with me. Long Fei's expression was bitter. Right now, his strength had already been released by the seal, so all means were useless in this space. But right now, the existence that had struggled free of the dungeon was already in front of him. System, don't King feign death. Strength, give me strength. Your father is dead and everything is gone. Long Fei wanted to take out the puppet from God's pavilion, but it had failed now as well. Ding, congratulations, player saved, master of the demonic origin. Ding, congratulations, player saved. The unknown space, the unknown land. The unknown space, the unknown land. Emperor Xian's face was full of respect, as though he was listening to her teachings. He lowered his head and muttered. But suddenly, the Emperor Xian raised his head and looked in a direction towards the divine space. The dungeon is loose? How is that possible? Emperor Xian's face was filled with fear, as if he knew something extremely terrifying. And on his palm there was an ethereal body. It was the same. Divine space, abyss demon prison? Someone touched my fruit? He's really courting death. The aura around this person changed. With just a single sentence, he had caused the aura around him to change drastically. Streams of killing intent wreaked havoc in the void. Emperor Xian immediately used his cultivation technique to resist, as though even with his power, he could only tremble in the face of this killing intent. Master, why don't I go back and take a look? Emperor Xian asked with a probing look. No need, they are just a bunch of ants. In any case, the unknown land will soon become my possession. The more active they become, the faster they will die. The person in the sky said. Master said that if you descend, no one in the entire unknown world will be able to stop you. The divine Buddha will kneel down and kowtow. The Emperor Xian said with a bit of flattery. Right. The person in the sky lightly responded, no longer saying anything. It was just that Emperor Xian's eyes were constantly looking at the unknown place of the divine space, as though he had his own plans. Long Fei was already prepared to take action, even though the system had sealed off all his powers. Long Fei would not retreat. But at this moment, the system suddenly issued out a prompt. Saved? Long Fei's heart froze. He had been saved. Ding. Player Long Fei has absolute control over the planar lord that you have saved. With a single thought, you will be able to determine life and death. The system's voice appeared. Ha ha ha, I knew that since System Girl is so good, he would definitely be unwilling to see me die. This isn't a fatal mission, it's clearly a welfare gift. Long Fei laughed, extremely excited. Kneel before your father, Long Fei shouted. This was absolute control, and it was definitely the highest quality product produced by the system. You brat. The master of the plane who was rushing at him from the Devil Origin plane was wildly wreaking havoc, preparing to snatch the world-renowned fire from Long Fei's hands, but right at this moment, his body froze in midair. Plop! Kneeling on the ground, after Long Fei finished his sentence, he fell on his knees uncontrollably. No. That's impossible. How could you possibly control me? What kind of power is this? I refuse to accept it. The demon sovereign roared, the veins on his face bulging as he struggled to get up. Kneel before Laozi. I'm asking you, who else is there? Aren't you arrogant? If you dare to be so arrogant again, then I'll see. Long Fei held up the torch, his face full of ridicule. Kneel! Long Fei shouted. Long Fei had never felt so comfortable in his heart before. He had done a lot of things, such as fighting a boss, so it was a common occurrence. However, this was the first time a supreme existence had kneeled to the ground like this. The demon master's eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. He struggled madly, wanting to get up, but Long Fei's words were like a nightmare. As long as he had the thought of resisting, his body would be like a drop of blood pulling at tendons, and the pain would be unbearable. He could only kneel down obediently. Kid, what did you do? The Devil Origin Master glared at Long Fei and asked. What did you do? You'll know soon enough. And you guys, aren't you crazy? Didn't you say that you want to take my salary? If that's the case, then come out. Long Fei's eyes flashed with light, and the fire in his hand flickered. The sequence began to collapse. Starting with the first echelon cultivator, it only took a moment for rumbling sounds to fill the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire abyss looked like it was about to collapse. One after another, the leaders of the planes inside the dungeons looked at everything that was happening in front of them in a daze. After 3 breaths, the abyss calmed down. A total of 990 echelon cultivators collapsed. The Lord of the Realm of the Infernal Realm had broken free from his cage. But none of them moved. No one dared to move. The Master of the Devil Origin was an example of this. Since Long Fei was able to control Master Mo Yuan, then what about them? What, free now? You don't want to kill your father anymore? Long Fei glared at them. Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Right, our cultivation is not something an ant in the first level of the ancient era like you can imagine. I advise you to leave now. You still have a chance to live. These ancient existences started to bewitch Long Fei, They were not sure if Long Fei possessed the power to control them or not. But they did not dare to take the risk. Bet it. It was everything. Dignity and life. Stop talking nonsense. Kneel before me right now. Long Fei said directly. With a move of the fire in his hand, it lit up even more. Under the illumination of the flames, each and every ruler of the plane seemed to be out of control. As if they were being pulled by some unknown force, they directly arrived in front of Long Fei. Plop, plop. There were no surprises, and he would not accept any rebuttal. Including the Devil Origin Master, a total of 999 supreme existences all knelt in front of Long Fei. Arrogant. Why are you being arrogant for your father? Long Fei looked down, as though he was a sovereign king standing high above. Ding! Congratulations to the players for saving the Lord of the Weak Waters. Completion 2/1-000 of the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the players for saving the Master of the Earth Fire Plane. Completion 3/1000 of the mission. Ding! Congratulations to the players for saving the Lord of the Overlord Realm. Completed 999% of the mission. The system notifications popped up in his mind, one after another. A total of 900 planes, 999 of them. Now that they had broken free from the prison, it was equivalent to regaining their freedom. Long Fei's mission was already completed. Of course they were free. He had only managed to break free from the prison, because in front of them, Long Fei was a god that could not be defied. Now line up and kneel for Lousy. Yes, according to your sequence. Sing Conquest for me. Each of you can't repeat a single word. Long Fei was leaking, releasing. From the divine space to this unknown land, he had to bear a lot. Endless slaughter and endless suffering. They could still see each other's sorrows clearly. Even if Long Fei refused to accept the heavens and earth, and refused to obey the gods, he could defy the heavens and tread on the spirit. However, there was still pressure in his heart. But right at this moment, Long Fei's expression froze, as if he suddenly thought of something. 999? And the other one? That's not right, there are only 999 of them in this abyss? Where's the other one? Long Fei raised the flaming flame world and searched again. But there was nothing in this entire space, not even a trace of its existence. Wait, could it be a system bug? There's no thousandth? Is this an impossible mission? Long Fei sank into deep thought. Rumble. But at this moment, Long Fei's body trembled, and he retreated uncontrollably. Not good. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.